Good morning? I mean, is it the Tawab Bible Choir? Tawab Bible Choir. You know night? It's a long night. You know tomorrow? No, Machar. Machar, yeah. Bible Choir. Okay. See, I had tomorrow and of course day, night. All right, let's go ahead and get Sabbath reading going, Sabbath prayers going. There were some questions we missed last night. The sister L'Oreal, I must have missed it when she texted me. But we're gonna go ahead and go over that after we go over the reading. All right. So let's get the prayers going. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, Bahawa, Natalanawa, Awar, Zayawam, Tawada, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us a light to see. Thanks so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. You find it in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, Bahawa, Natalanawa, Rayach, Nayachacha, Tawada, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks so be it. And our prayers represent that sweet Savior going up to the Most High. You can find that in Matthew, Psalms 140, Psalms 141, verse 1 and 2.
Amajum Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, Hahawa, Natalanawa, Hashabaf, Bashalom, Tawada, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks so be it.
Anasha, Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Au, Aharyam, Naya, Yabawa'a, Yabawa'a, Mayahawa, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanatan, Lamawat, Rugoya, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashawamor, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazalya, Ayel, Yamyamya, Hashamash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamoya, Mako, Rai, Yashamor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamor, Hawalakia, Wabawaya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Aiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that that keepeth Yasharala shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Amen.
Amen.
And now to the holy singer. Shema,
Shema,
Yasharala,
Yasharala,
Yahweh, Adonai Nawa,
How is one? By that Deuteronomy 64.
the holy singer. There it is. The holy singer. Right? The holy singer.
Y'all make me nervous, man.
Man, you sound like you was comfortable with that one.
The angels, man. The angels speak. Abanawa, Shabbat Shabayim, Wadash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Bashamayim, Matalanawa, Lachum, Ko, Yawam, Watsalach Nawa, Kawawaf Nawa, Kasalach Nawa, Kawawaf Yanawa, Wala'ah, Kabayanawa, Manasayawan, Abo, Kawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Kamalakwath, Waha'ala, Wahatapa Arath, La'aiwalamim, Aman.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. The Ten Commandments, number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Acharyim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Aisha, Paso, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image nor serpent.
Number 3. La'ah, Balakwakaf, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hashabath, no, excuse me, Hayawam, Hashabath, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Batazarach,
not murder.
Number 7, la'ah, tana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, la'ah, taganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, la'ah, ta'ina, shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, la'ah, takamad, ko, asherah, laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor. Yeshua will speak to me secretly.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Brakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Brakathum.
Ma'ola. You might cup out the car. Okay, we're gonna be reading Joel 1, 2, and 3, and then we're gonna be jumping back over to 2 Kings 17 and the 18th chapter. So let's get some edification going. Let's get some edification going. All right, so you're reading Joel 1, verse 1 down to 21.
This is the book of Joel, chapter 1 and verse 1.
Oh, here it is.
The word of the Lord that came to Joel, the son of Pethuel.
I think we should.
Hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all ye inhabitants of the land.
Right.
Hath this been in your days?
Okay, so, I think this is I think he threw this in here to get the minor prophets out of the way, because Joel was during the Babylonian Empire. So we're still in the Assyrian Empire in 2 Kings 17 and 18. But so y'all can understand, we've been trying to put the prophets within the time of Assyria. Put them during that time period. So Joel would really be more towards the Babylonian Empire. He was what? What you got in there? 450? 450 BC. So he was 450 BC. All right. Yeah, so we're kind of, truthfully, Joel is jumping ahead. I should have told him, like, we should have put that during the Babylonian Empire, but we're here now. Let's get the reading out of the way. At least y'all know that, like, that's during the Babylonian Empire. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 2. Hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all ye inhabitants of the land. Had this been in your days?
Well, so we know the same story over and over again. Israel, Judah is not listening. So Joel went to who?
All ye old men.
Right, but who did he go to?
Verse 3. Tell ye your children of it.
Right, he went to Judah. He went to Judah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3. Tell ye your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. That which the palm worm hath left, hath the locust eaten, and that which the locust hath left, hath the cankerworm eaten.
Right, so this symbolism we read back in the other prophets as well. That same symbolism of the excess of destruction that's going to happen through Israel, right? We keep going over this, I know, but that's the reading, and historically, we should know what's going on, right? Which is Israel is falling to these nations. So the Most High said this destruction is going to continue, right? Go ahead.
And that which the cankerworm hath left, hath the caterpillar eaten.
Yeah, like when you think it's over with the Assyrian Empire, guess what? There go the Babylonians, right? It was nobody's fault but who? Yeah. So let's try to get in that mind state of where were we sitting at in our mind during these captivities over and over again, right? When it comes to us, who did we read last week? Was it Nahum? Micah. Right, and Micah gave prophecies that we was going to come out of Assyria. But look at Joel now back in the Babylonian Empire, we back in the captivity. So just to, like, you know, me, Quatazab, Zion, been talking about this, the historical content of this, and to place us within that mind state, because somebody, and people will come back and be like, well, this is talking about the Babylonian Empire. This ain't talking about a future, you know what I mean, or something that happened during that time. Well, it wasn't. A lot of things that we're going to read were happening during that time. But we know, just like the curses, just like all the prophecies that didn't come to pass, they had to come to pass according to what the Most High already had said. He said, whatsoever written aforetime was written for our learning. This is written for the generation to come. So I think we were talking about, well, how could you use these scriptures for future tense? So you'll start seeing that historically, that a lot of things that didn't come to pass that were prophesied for the future. Y'all get that? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 5.
Hold on.
It's perpetual.
It's perpetual.
Verses are perpetual.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 5. Awake, ye drunkards, and weep, and howl, all ye drinkers of wine.
Right. Now, you're like, well, Israel or Judah was winos. Partly, I'm sure that was going on. Well, remember, wine, like it says that too, the drunkards of Ephraim, right? When it talks about Ephraim, the 9.5 tribes. Yeah, they were definitely doing those things. But the Most High is speaking in twofold, showing us that we were under the influence of all the other gods. We were drunken with the sacrifices to these other nations and gods and deities. Go ahead.
Because of the new wine, for it is cut off from your mouth. For a nation is come up upon my land, strong and without number, whose teeth are the teeth of a lion, and he hath the cheek teeth of a great lion.
Right. Once again, this was speaking of the Babylonian Empire that was on them at this time. And the Most High set it up that way. He raised up the king of Babylon, just like the king of Assyria. The scripture says he rules in the kingdom of men. Give me that one real quick. The scripture says, I think it's in Daniel's. It says he rules in the kingdom of men. The Most High is the ultimate chess player. He's the ultimate chess player. If Ma Waller, could you tell them to cut that lime up? Cut the two limes, make sure they're small, so we can get a lot of that.
James 4:17.
Daniel's 4 and 17. Go ahead.
Daniel, chapter 4 and verse 17.
Uh-huh.
This matter is by the decree of the watchers.
Is that it? No, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on a second. Oh, you just got it. Is it 4:17 or? Why'd you stop? Go ahead and read down.
I thought you was going to expound. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Started from the beginning.
Daniel chapter 4 verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word.
The watchers were the prophets, right? Go ahead.
And the demand by the word of the Holy One, to intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Right. So the prophets were proclaiming and reminding us, going out telling us that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. And we'll get to Daniel's, of course. But the Most High deals with raising up kings, taking down kings. This is why when you look at America from a historical standpoint, right? We were talking about this yesterday. Isaiah 47, when it says, come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Or when it comes in, says in Ezekiel 28 that the pride of the kingdom of Tyre and Zidon. Well, why can we use that? Why can't you say, okay, well, this is applicable to this current nation? Why? Because somebody is saying, well, that's not talking about this America. That's talking about Babylon from the past. So why can't you use that? Because whatsoever thing is written aforetime is written for our learning. This is written for the generation to come. Like, think about it. When the Most High spoke of Egypt, right? In the pride of Egypt, did Assyria come with something different? Did Babylonian come with something different? Did the Greeks or the Romans come with something different? So when we use scriptures, they're historical, Thwada. When we use scriptures from that you're reading this historical content of things that happened back then, but the scriptures, the Most High always told us that, look, this was also written for the generation to come. So just like Deuteronomy 28 we were talking about yesterday. Is Deuteronomy 28 only talking about 1620? How many times did Deuteronomy 28 happen? You see that? So how many times did Isaiah 47 happen? Right. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. It's going to happen again. So you can go there and be able to say, and I think what me and Quatazat was talking about yesterday was making sure we edify on the historical content. You know, when I go over it, I like to say, look, this was talking about ancient Babylon, but this is the same way that this current Babylon is living. And look at what the Most High said will happen to them. And in turn, it will happen to this nation. Right? So, I'm not going to lie to you. I thought this was already known. Like, when I study, I knew this. When I read, I understand that we're reading about the Babylonian Empire in Joel, and how is this applied to the kingdoms after them? It applies to them after that because every nation that came in this idea of Egypt, of Babylon, the Most High overthrew the same way. See, and the outcome was the same way. So, y'all get what I'm saying? Do y'all really? What am I saying, Hakawa? Well, what's the point of what I'm bringing it out? Because I'm making a point.
Basically saying that, like the scripture you said, the Bible was written for high learning.
Right.
So it ain't like if you read the story of Joel, it is only talking about that time.
Right.
It's always also talking about this gonna happen in prophecy wise too.
Right. Right. So that's once again, think about Isaiah. Think about Isaiah 47. Think about Ezekiel 28. Think about these prophecies of what was going to happen that time. How has it influenced the kingdom coming? They didn't. Nothing changed. If you're wicked and you're putting up homosexuality and you're putting up witchcraft, right? Like it says with Tyre and Zidon or Babylon, then the promise was you will fall. How do we know? Because Israel was prophesied that they would fall. And we fell, right? Right, and we were doing a lot of what the nations were doing. So I want to make sure that's clear without reiterating that, having to reiterate that all the time, like when we go through this. So we're going to go through it, but I just wanted to make sure y'all were clear on this historical content that will have an effect on our future as well, right? Go ahead. Oh, so you're done on that. The Most High rules in the children of men. Let's go back to the reading.
Joel chapter 1 and verse 7. He hath laid my vine waste and barked my fig tree. He hath made it clean bare and cast it away. The branches thereof are made white.
Right.
Lament like a virgin girded with sackcloth for the husband of her youth. The meat offering and the drink offering is cut off from the house of the Lord.
Right, and we know what this meant. This the same thing that was going on in Assyria. That the Most High was going to overthrow the priesthood. The Most High was going to overthrow the nation to where our offering, it wasn't going to be. I mean, at this point, we weren't properly offering to the Most High anyway. We weren't really sacrificing to the Most High. We were doing things that were off, right? And coming from the Assyrian Empire. Go ahead.
The priests, the Lord's ministers mourn. The field is wasted. The land mourneth. For the corn is wasted. The new wine is dried up. The oil languished. Be ye ashamed, O ye husbandmen. How, O ye vine dressers, for the wheat and for the barley, because the harvest of the field is perished. The vine is dried up, and the fig tree languisheth. The pomegranate tree, the palm tree also, and the apple tree, even all the trees of the field are withered, because joy is withered away from the sons of men. Verse 13. Gird yourselves and lament, ye priests. How, ye ministers of the altar. Come, lie all the night in sackcloth, ye ministers of my power. For the meat offering and the drink offering is withholden from the house of your power. Sanctify ye a fast. Call a solemn assembly. Gather all the elders and all the inhabitants of the land.
Like using any precept. All right, because I'm going to go into this just to so I can make sure y'all understand. Sanctify a fast. Call a solemn assembly. Is this applicable to now, or that only applies to Joel during the Babylonian Empire? Oh no, it was written during the Babylonian Empire. That ain't got nothing to do with us now. Is it applicable to us now? Right, of course, or else we'd be like none of the scriptures really like is applicable to us now. Then,
Right.
like just think about it. Oh, that was written for Joel and them, not us.
Yeah. What are we doing now?
What are we doing? So the thing is that I know you get it. You're like, that's a no-brainer. But Quatazat brought a good point. Some brothers might not get that. That whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning. They might not get that, yeah, we're supposed to be fasting now. We're supposed to be assembling the elders now. We're supposed to be trying to get these elders together in righteousness now. Right? So, like, I know you get it, but some might not get it. Right? So, to make it clear, because if they catch you on the street, or a person might catch you, oh, that was talking about during 504 BC. Right? How are you using that scripture for now? Right? What does that got to do with us now?
Yeah.
You see that? You got to be able to go through the scriptures and show them, oh, this was written for us, right? The Bible, everything in the Bible, in our current stage, was for us to learn from. Not only what was not or what happened in the past, but what is going to happen in the future, right? You know, one thing I told Quatazat, I said, you know where it says they shall go in their holes, they shall run in their holes, they shall hide in the dens of the earth. That's what they did back then. But are they not going to do it now?
They are.
We know why. Because they're already doing it. They already got the bunkers. You see how, yeah, it was written back then, but yes, it's happening again. Why? Because there's nothing new under the sun. Y'all see that? So you got to be clear with that to be able to bring out the historical part. And you got to be able to edify how this affects us now and in the future. All right, go ahead.
Gather the elders and all the inhabitants of the land into the house of the Lord your power, and cry unto the Lord. Alas, for the day of the Lord is at hand.
Yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're gathering together, and Quatazat brought out. There's many days of the Lord, which is true. How many days of the Lord were they? Well, let's go back to the captivities. There was many days of the Lord that happened back then that we're doing the same thing now, crying for what? The day of the Lord. We said the day of the Lord is at hand. And what are we doing? We're gathering the elders together. We're gathering the brothers together, the sisters together, right? And telling you, step up. It's time to fast. It's time to lock into the Most High. This wasn't only applicable to this time. It applies now. Go ahead.
And as a destruction from the Almighty shall come to pass.
Go ahead.
Is not the meat cut off before your eyes? Yea, joy and gladness from the house of our power.
What's powerful about that is not the meat cut off before our eye? Like, what are you eating now? You know what I mean? You're not eating food. You think that's food you're eating? They don't get it. Is that food you're eating? It's not food we're eating. We're eating some weird plastics from China or something. I don't know. Some weird
Bill Gates meat.
Bill Gates meat. Like, we're not really eating food. That's why no matter what we do, we thought going on the vegan diet, this has been hitting me recently. You thought going on a vegan diet was really going to win. You was like, man, I'm going to be ahead of the game. But everything, you're juicing, all the pesticides on the dang, on the stuff we eat, you're like, you're still losing then. Now, I'm not saying, hey, just go out of the way and kill your colon with all kind of dang defiled, meats that are pumped up and all that. But, bro, this is happening right now. Crazy as hell. We're dealing with this in 2024. Go ahead.
The seed is rotten under the clods. The garners are laid desolate. The barns are broken down.
Right.
For the corn is withered. How do the beasts groan? The herds of the cattle are perplexed.
Now you got these animals washing up on the sea. How many damn dolphins they're washing up on the sea? Bruh, they got the weird like dinosaurs washing, weird animals that you ain't seen washing up on the sea. Why? Because there's no more food. They destroy the land, they destroy the air, they destroy the water. So, because of wickedness, this is what comes on the world. So, when we go to Isaiah 24, verse 5, the earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. That was back then, and it's still happening now, right? It was happening during the Babylonian Empire. It was happening during the Assyrian Empire. And it's happening during the American Empire, right? All these things are concurrent happening. I'll put it in science jargon. There's no such thing as time to the Most High. So we're living the same thing. Like when we look at it, when we sit back and look at it, it's almost like the same thing over and over again. When you look at it, there's nothing new under the heaven. Wickedness comes in and all these things that the kings do and the land becomes, it didn't change. Go ahead.
Because they have no pasture. Yea.
Because they have no what?
No pasture.
Because we have no leaders. Then the scripture says what? Jeremiah 3. Right? Is it Jeremiah 3? For the leaders of them? Or is that Isaiah? Cause them to err? Right? Now I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to be funny about this, but I'm going to do it. Was that only talking to the leaders back then? Was it only talking to Jeremiah during the Babylonian Empire? Oh, was it? They're the only leaders that were erring during 586 BC? Or are they still erring now? Are they still off now? To where the Most High tells us, go call the elders. Get our people together, man. See, that's how this Bible is written. It's written that way so we can continually, whatever generation we're in, teach our people, raise our people up. Yeah. Go ahead, pull it. Yeah, pull it.
Book of Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors.
Right.
And women rule over them.
Okay, no, the one
9 and 16.
9 and 16. It was Isaiah. It's Isaiah 9 and 16. No, right. That was my bad. Isaiah 9 and 16. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 9, verse 16.
Go ahead.
For the leaders of this people cause them to err.
Right, the leaders of this people. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. For the leaders of this people cause them to err. So, once again, you got Isaiah coming out of the Assyrian Empire into the Babylonian Empire. Right? You got Joel during the Babylonian Empire. And they're saying the same thing. Right? And guess what? If we rewind back to the Assyrian Empire, we're saying the same thing. It's the same thing. The leaders of the people cause them to err. They're not doing what's right. Right? You see? They're not doing what's right. Go ahead.
And they that are led of them
Right.
are destroyed.
Right. That's why the Most High said in that Joel 1 and 14, sanctify the fast, gather the elders and all the inhabitants of the land into my house. Like, let's get them gathered up. Let's get them back to the Most High. Right? Jump back to the reading.
Yea, the flocks of the sheep are made desolate. Verse 19. O Lord, to thee will I cry, for the fire hath devoured the pastures of the wilderness, and the flames have burned all the trees of the field. The beasts of the field cry also unto thee.
Right?
For the rivers of water.
Now, remember it says that in Isaiah? That Isaiah 14, that until this fella is fallen, that the trees, right? The whole earth will be at rest. The trees rejoice. Well, once again, the whole earth is in pain. I mean, you want to get technical. Come on, man. The Most High told you from Adam falling to all the way to now, the earth has been given over to this wicked mind. So, the animals don't get affected. Global warming, is that real? To a point. To a point. The global warming is real to the point of it is having an effect on the earth, the animals, the air, the trees, all that. But it's not going to be to where it destroys the earth. That's where they got it wrong. Like, if we don't get it right now, the earth is going to be destroyed and nowhere to live. Well, the Most High is not going to let that happen. So global warming is real to a point. Everything is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. Right? Let's go there real quick. Isaiah 24:5. Right? I'm just showing y'all how, like, Joel was saying the same thing as Isaiah, was saying the same thing as Ezekiel. I think you offended cats, huh? You going too quick. You like, brothers are like, hold on a second. Just kidding. But y'all see this, right? Am I making this clear? Joel was saying it, Isaiah was saying it, Ezekiel was saying it. And we use this to remind people of what happened to the earth, right? Because we disobeyed the laws and commandments. Once again, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. When did that happen? Only in America? Okay, so I hope brothers and sisters ain't naive and being like, well, Job was talking about how the Most High gave the earth over to this kingdom or that kingdom. Bro, it's all kingdoms.
They move in the same spirit too.
They move in the same spirit.
They move in the same spirit.
Yeah.
Like the one before.
Yeah.
If they got destroyed, what do you think is going to happen to the next?
The next kingdom, exactly. So, and I'm doing this to remind y'all, because if there was something you missed, if you didn't catch it, you thought Job 9:24 was only talking about 2024 during the American captivity, that it was only, you would be technically wrong, because that verse was written 1,000 years ago, right? Like, I hope nobody thinks like that. You got to be able to say, no, we know this was written back in the days. You see, but why did the Most High tell us this? Let's go to Ecclesiastes. There's nothing new under the heavens. Like, every kingdom after it was continually wicked, right? Like it said back in, go back into Genesis. What happened in Genesis where the Most High had to destroy the earth? It said all man was wicked. They continually, right? So the Most High had gave us a period to where we were supposed to get it together, but he didn't go through. During that time it was Nimrod. You see, so just for some clarification, transparency. All right, read that. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 24, verse 5.
Go ahead.
The world also is defiled.
The world.
The earth also is defiled.
That's when y'all was supposed to jump up. Go ahead.
Under the inhabitants thereof.
Go ahead.
Because they have transgressed the law.
Right. You see that? So, remember, the earth was defiled back in the Babylonian Empire because they transgressed the laws. Israel, when we was ruling in the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, the earth was defiled because we weren't keeping the laws. Right? So, could you say to me, well, because that doesn't apply because Isaiah was talking about the Babylonian Empire and what they were doing during that time. Nah, that's foolery, bro. You can't. So don't let nobody in the street catch you with that. Right? You got to understand that this was written for us, for all these kingdoms. And fortunately, there will be no kingdom after it. This is it. Right? And that's according to Daniel. That was prophesied in Daniel. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was just last week where the Messianic dude, when I brought up Isaiah 14, he was trying to say that already happened.
There you go. I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that already happened. Isaiah 14. No, it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to break them down to verse 12, showing them this is talking about when Lucifer falls.
Right.
And showing them that these people are still in rulership.
There you go.
Like
See?
that ain't happening.
But you can even go deeper than that and show, you could go back to Isaiah 2, the prophecy that was going to bring the whole earth at rest. Go back to that Micah where he prophesied it and say, like, think about it, Isaiah 60, which was the future prophecy that didn't happen. You know, then you could have, learning that this historical timeline, you could have came back and said to him, wait a minute, how did that happen when we went in captivity, right? From the Assyrian Empire, where did we started making them our slaves? Where?
I mean, he was running, but he's going to be back this week, he said.
Right.
He's coming out here this Saturday.
You got to go study again.
If we make it out.
Yeah, you got to go rethink it again and study again, because when you go over the timeline, like, look at what the prophets are doing. We went into captivity. There was like basically no breather in between because of our punishment. So just to show you, like, that couldn't have happened. Like from that to the from Babylon to the Greeks, right?
Yeah.
What was going on? Right? We ruled. The earth was at peace. Yeah, how Christ came back. So, all right, come on. Yeah, it's too much. So, but long as y'all are clear on that way when y'all read, you understand how the word is speaking historically, past, present, and future. Past, present, and future. Go ahead.
Change the ordinances, broken the everlasting covenant.
Right. So I think we get the point at this, that the word is telling us this what this nation had done. But not only that nation, that Israel was doing the same thing. They broke the everlasting covenant. They broken the laws. That's why he said, I have to wake a what? I'm going to have to make a new covenant with you. Right? Then when it came to the nations, they didn't follow any rules of the Most High anyway. We know that because as we get back into 2 Kings, what happened when they were put in our land? They broke the rules. They broke the laws. Right? All right, come on.
Verse 6.
That's it on that. Jump back.
Joel chapter 1 and verse 20.
Go ahead.
The beasts of the field cry also unto thee, for the rivers of waters are dried up, and the fire hath devoured the pastures of the wilderness.
Right. So, you know how the Native Americans would, Mother Earth is crying out. That's real. We know because there's a spirit in everything. Right? And, through Esau's technology, they show you the veins in a tree. Right? They show you how if you put music in front of a tree to make it, good music, right? And then you put negative music, right? So, I mean, we don't need that, but that's further edification to show that what? The animals, the trees, the air, everything is suffering because of the wickedness that's on the earth. Everything. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 1. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, for it is nigh at hand.
Okay, so there's another day of the Lord, right? Another day of the Lord. The day of the Lord just happened when they prophesied through the other prophets to tell us the Assyrians were going to get us, right? So there's another day that's coming. Next, brother.
Lekat the Khan, Shabbat Shah, Rabban, Banya Shala. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
All right. 2 and 1, you're going to read down to verse 22. 2 verse 1 down to verse 22.
Somebody get Proverbs 29 and 2 real quick. Just with that last verse of Joel 1 and 20. It says, the beasts of the field cry also unto thee. Because whose job was it to teach the world how to keep the commandments? That was Israel's job. but we weren't doing it. We were following their gods, right? We broke the covenants. Read.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
Right, so we're going through these curses, but guess what? Who else is getting affected? Just like here in America. We know we're being oppressed. We know that the Democrats, Republicans, you know, they definitely got their foots on the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. But are they easing up on any other race? They're putting that foot on the neck of their own people as well. So the people are screaming out for justice and righteousness, but who's going to actually establish that? Yahweh Shai and then 144,000 for the 12 tribes of Israel. So that's what the whole world, when it says the beasts of the field, these nations, the other people of the earth, the whole world. Look what's going on in Gaza. They're crying, waiting for the other Arab nations to help them, but they're not helping. They're crying, waiting for Allah to help them, but we know Allah's on vacation right now, right? Maybe he's sleeping, like Elijah said. It's only a matter of time before they start to see who are the sons of the living power. But yeah, go back to the meeting.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 1. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, for it is nigh at hand. A day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness, as the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people, and a strong. There have not been ever the like, neither shall there be any more after it.
Right. So, I wish we would have put this with the Babylonian Empire, but this is speaking of who, first of all? Who? The Babylonian army. They were going to come in and they were going to destroy Israel, because Israel was doing, when you go to Jeremiah, Israel was wicked. Israel was off. They weren't doing nothing different. They were disobeying the commandments of the Most High. They were trying to defy Jeremiah. We're going to that. Go ahead.
Even to the years of many generations. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness. Yeah, nothing shall escape them.
Okay, now you hear us. Hold on a second. You hear us use this scripture to remind us what the Most High is going to do to us, do to this land. Now, in context, did the Father do this to Israel? Who put Babylon over to punish Israel? The Most High. Just like who put the Father over you, or who put the Spanish conquistadors, the Englishmen that came from Europe to come all the way across the world to get you and put you on slave ships. Who did that? Yahweh. So this is not far-fetched to understand that this historically happened, right? And we know it was the hand of the Most High that did it. These are the things that's going to happen in the future as well. What is all the nations going to suffer because they disobeyed the commandments of the Most High? The same thing, right? The same exact thing is going to happen. The Most High is going to send the army of the Most High as promised, right? So I'm trying to show y'all something. Go to Revelations 19 and 11. I know some of you already know this. You're already gang-banging crypt scholars, crypt disciple, Israelite. They not like us. They not like us. You're like, you bore me. But you got it. I got to bring this out. That way everybody is clear on what's going on. When y'all drop this to somebody you're able to flip through the scriptures and show them, like, look, yeah, this was the Babylonian Empire, but why does this apply to what's going to happen in the future to this nation? And then we're going to go to that Psalms 102, verse 18. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 19, verse 11.
Uh-huh.
And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called faithful and true.
Right.
And in righteousness he doth judge and make war.
So the prophecy of the judgment in making war, right? This is what the Most High is going to do. He's going to make war in the future. Now, does his war look different than when we use the scripture in Joel to show that when God comes in with his angels and these spirits come in to destroy, what is he going to do? Literally the same thing that happens in Joel. Read on. We're going to see. Go ahead.
His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns.
Read.
And he had a name written that no man knew but himself.
Go ahead.
And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood.
Right.
And his name was called the Word of the Most High.
Right. Go ahead.
And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses.
Right. So these armies, the armies of God are going to come back with the Son. This is the prophecy. And he's not coming back passing out flowers. He's not coming back singing Kumbaya, my Lord. He's not coming back to gather all the nations to sit down and get a better voting system. He's not coming back to bring peace to the earth. He's literally coming back like the other scripture that we use. I came not to send peace on earth, but a sword. Back then, it was a dividing, right, of the household, the divisions. But now, in the future prophecy, that sword is literally going to be a literal sword. Literal. Simple. Right? So why can we use Matthew 10:34? Because it's speaking in a twofold context. See, I'm just showing y'all, if y'all didn't catch this, because I don't want nobody, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Come on, man. This is written for us to understand that all the things that the Most High is going to bring on this earth. Right? So, read that.
Psalms 102 and verse 18.
No, read where you're at.
Psalms 102 verse 18.
Where were we at? Where were we at?
Revelation
Go ahead.
chapter 19, verse 14. Clothed in fine linen.
There's two of y'all standing up for Psalms. Sit down. All right. Go ahead.
Clothed in fine linen, white and clean.
Right.
And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword.
Right.
That with it he should smite the nation.
Uh-huh.
And he shall rule them with a rod of iron.
Right.
And he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of almighty power.
Right. So, all right. In order us to edify on how Revelations 19 looks, is it fair to go to the other verses and how the Lord did in other captivities to say, look at what happened over here in Babylon. This is what the Most High is going to do. Is it fair? Read Psalms.
Psalms 102 and verse 18.
Go ahead.
This shall be written for the generation to come.
Right.
And the people which shall be created shall praise the Lord.
Right. So like you said, the Messianic cat came and said that to you? Oh, that already happened. Yeah, but this is written for us to understand how things are going to be repeated because you didn't obey the Most High. And how do we know that to be true? Because it happened in Egypt, then it happened in Assyria, then it happened, and it happened, and it happened, and it happened, right? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 19. For he had looked down from the height of his sanctuary.
Right. Go ahead.
From heaven did the Lord behold the earth, to hear the groaning of the prisoners, to loose those that are appointed to death, to declare the name of the Lord in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem.
Where are you at? Okay, so this is written for the generation to come. So jump back to Revelation 19. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 19, verse 16.
Go ahead.
And he had on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings,
Right.
and Lord of Lords.
Right.
And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying, to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great power.
Right, because those birds would eat on the flesh. When you go to Jeremiah, that's what happened during the Babylonian captivity. The birds ate the flesh. There was nobody that was bit. It was so much death, right? Back then during the Babylonian, you weren't burying, right? You probably was burning a lot of that. See? So I'm trying to show y'all how these precepts from Babylon, Assyria, even to the future, the Most High is going to bring it right back around. Okay? Go ahead.
That ye may eat the flesh of the king,
Uh-huh.
and the flesh of captives,
Right.
and the flesh of mighty men,
Uh-huh.
and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men.
Right. So, I mean, obviously that is clear that Jesus Christ is coming back it said to wage war. Right? So, let's go back to Joel. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 4.
Uh-huh.
The appearance of them is as the appearance of horses.
Right?
And as horsemen shall they run. Likewise, like the noise of chariots on the top of mountains shall they leap, like the noise of a flame that devoureth the stubble. As a strong people set in battle array. Before their face, the people shall be much pain.
Yeah, because we were going to be in much pain. The Babylonian Empire coming in to overthrow us, it was suffering, it was pain. It was, once again, the wives' breasts. What did he say in Amos and Hosea? Did Babylon come in different? Were they tender with us? Yeah, they said they ripped us, they ripped the babies out of the belly, right? Once again, take it 100 years into the future, right? 1,000 years into the future, did the Spanish, you see? So, like, think about it. Are you going to be able to say, like, when you go to Hosea, you say, well, that was during the time of Hosea. That was it. It didn't apply to the Spanish Inquisition. Well, we know that cannot be true because the prophecy of the curses in Deuteronomy 28. Go ahead.
All faces shall gather blackness.
Right. The blackness is what? Death, pain, suffering, destruction. Go ahead.
They shall run like mighty men.
Right.
They shall climb the wall like men of war.
Uh-huh.
And they shall march every one on his side. And they shall not break their ranks.
Right, man. These Babylonians, the Most High calls them in Daniel. What was it in Daniel? They were the breasts.
The breast.
Right. He calls them the breasts. Double check that. I don't want to misquote that. While we look for that one. But the other one is in Jeremiah, he says the lion. He said the lion has come up from the thicket. Right? So the Most High used him, this Babylonian king, to rip in pieces the nation of Israel. So that's what was going on here. And in future, guess what? It's going to be returned unto them. We know that, the prophecy, that the nation's going to suffer. They're going to suffer. This same thing they put on us is going to come on them. Same thing. And it's going to happen by Yahushua. It's going to happen by the nation of Israel. Right? It goes into detail what we're going to do to them, obviously, in the sense of he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. And they're going to receive double. But it doesn't go into like all the details. But we can go through the scriptures and talk about what double means. Because all we got to do is go to the moments they dealt with us. Right? Yep. And say, well, if double means double, right? Not not what's the actor? What's his name? That's doing the science thing.
Oh, Terrence.
Not Terrence Howard's double, but double. Like 1 + 1 is 2. Double. His, y'all have to be tuned in. He's on the 1 + 1 ain't 2 and all that stuff. No, double means double, right? Yeah. Well, 1 ain't multiple, right? What's up, man?
Yeah, he was just.
Let's not go into the Terrence Howard. Let's not go into it. But y'all get it if you watched it, is that the double of the scriptures is literally they're going to reap what they sow, right? Okay. So how do we know what that is? We got to go through the Bible and see what they did to us, right? See what Esau did to us. See what the nations did to us. And know that they're going to reap the same thing. All right? All right, where you at?
Joel chapter 2 and verse 8. Neither shall one thrust another.
Right?
They shall walk every one in his path.
Right?
And when they fall upon the sword.
See, so the Babylonian Empire was on a mission. Right? They were unbreakable. The Most High had them set, and he had his purpose set. Well, in the future, too, the Most High is going to have his purpose set as well. Right? So that's why you see brothers go here. Right? You see brothers go here, and this is talking about the angels. Why? Because, why do we say, oh, this is talking about the angels? Because who is coming back according to Revelations 19? Okay. Right, Yahweh Shai and the angels. And they're going to do the same thing, right? They're going to destroy the nations the same way. All right, go ahead.
They shall not be wounded. Verse 9. They shall run to and fro in the city.
Right.
They shall run upon the wall.
Right.
They shall climb up upon the houses. They shall enter in at the windows like a thief. The earth shall quake before them. The heavens shall tremble.
There you go. Like, so you put in this historical content before you take it to the spiritual or the future. Yahweh Shai and the angels. You're like, damn, so the earth quaked before them? Well, their military was mighty, right? Their army was mighty. But not only them, bro, the Greeks and the Romans were mighty. It said the Roman legion, man, were one of the most vicious militaries. So even when you get into that, you look at how the Most High punished the earth with the Roman Empire, right?
They studied all the tactics of
the other nations. Yeah, they took. Yeah, they took the spear. They took how they would fight with their spears. They took that from the Babylonian Empire. They took the navy, the ships, a lot of the style of the ships. They took that from other nations. Like, I mean, that's what kingdoms do, right? We're the only people that don't do that because we conceded. We gave up, right? So we're not looking at the tactics. Like when you read military tactics, you're not thinking from a tactical standpoint what we need to do because we're not going to war like that. Right. But all the other nations, they're like, this king applied this way. Genghis Khan did this. Xerxes did that. Right, the art of war, right? They go and they look at this from a war tactics angle. You know, so but in the future we gonna do the same thing.
Alexander, he was studying the Persians before he overtook them.
Right.
He was looking at how they bring their wives to war. And they bring their wives to the what's it called?
The battlefield?
Yeah, they have like a little section for the wives so that they can boast themselves after the battle.
Oh, okay. So you gotta, the Vikings would do that.
Yeah, but you see in the series,
England would do that.
Xerxes left his rib. He had fled the battle and left his rib.
Oh wow. Oh yeah. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
But
that's good info right there.
The earth shall quake before them. The heavens shall tremble. The sun and the moon shall be dark, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. Verse 11. And the Lord shall utter his voice before his army, for his camp is very great. For he is strong that executed his word. For the Lord of the
Well, how can we use this for the future military of the Lord? Because we know in context he's saying that he used the Babylonian Empire. He used them to be his army of vengeance on the land, right? But there, obviously it's written in a certain way to show us what? That the Most High ruleth in the kingdoms, and he uses these militaries to where he wants, right? So yeah, this is the day of the Lord. This is still the day of the Lord. It doesn't change. It doesn't change because it hit the Babylonian Empire, or excuse me, that he used the Babylonian Empire. The Most High is going to use his military to do the same thing. Y'all get that? Okay, go ahead.
For the day of the Lord is great,
right,
and very terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And who can abide? Who can abide it? Therefore, also now, saith the Lord, turn ye even to me with all your heart.
Is every time the time of the Lord? Well, when you get your butt whooped, when it says the day of the Lord, you're not thinking, well, this is not. Like, let's think about the apostles. They thought it was the day of the Lord. But it was. But it wasn't. Meaning what? When they seen Christ, they thought it was the day of the Lord. In their mind, they literally thought, oh, surely all the prophecies will now come to pass. So it puts it in context when the apostles come to him at the end and say, are you going to restore the kingdom again to Israel? Think about it. So, because you're reading all of this, and you're like, man, this is the Messiah. This is salvation. Right? So you're reading all these scriptures. You're like, man, it's the day of the Lord. But was it the day of the Lord? Not to the level they thought. Right? When we read here, the day of the Lord, we're looking at the day of the Lord was punishment on us. Wrath. Destruction. That's all we thought. That's all we understood when it came down on us. So it was the day of the Lord. Go ahead.
But it wasn't that.
But it wasn't the last days, right?
Go to Isaiah 13:9.
Isaiah chapter 13, verse 9. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel, both.
What was not the Assyrians cruel? Was not the Babylonians cruel?
Right.
Right? Like every captivity that we were in, that time. Imagine you sitting there and then now you just hear
You hear those trumpets. If there be trumpets blown in the city,
right.
Have the Lord not done it?
God. That you go like, oh my God, this is it.
This is it.
This is the day of the Lord.
Yeah.
This is the end. Right?
Right.
Cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger.
And fierce anger. The scriptures go into detail. We got historical books that give the account of all the fierce anger that was brought on us because of our disobedience. Right. That's why it has to be concurrent. Was it Deuteronomy 28:45? It said these will be a sign and a wonder upon your children. So he showed that those people that went through this cruel, fierce wrath was our ancestors in different time periods.
Yeah.
Because of our disobedience. Right? Keep reading.
To lay the land desolate.
Right. What land? Now it's like what land? We're not even when we thought we were coming to this new world where no man dwelt, and this is the Native Americans' land. Is this their land? Is it not desolate? They're in the most desolate places right now. Look at all the resis. That's the most desolate place in America, right? Well, look at 70 AD. What did they do? They carried it. They burned the temple. They carried all everything out of the temples. Mm-hmm. So it's concurrent, right? If you look at it from a historical point, it didn't just stop at one period of time. It kept running over and over and over again. Finish that.
And he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it.
Right. And what's cool about that is this last day of the Lord There's going to be nobody to say, well, I didn't know.
Yeah.
How can I be labeled a sinner? I didn't know.
Right.
And when you go back into the Romans, that what happens? It said the goodness and severity of the Most High. Because what? Now, if these nations didn't want to be looked at as sinners, then why don't they keep this book? Well, we know this book would have happened to us, all these different captivities, because we didn't keep this law. So that's the goodness, that's the justice of the Most High. You see that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Because now this is in every language, everybody has a chance to like follow the Most High to the best of their ability. But they didn't follow it, so they get the butt whooping because they don't have an excuse.
Right. Nobody has an excuse.
Nobody has an excuse, yeah? All right, jump back. Where you're reading down, what verse you at?
I'm at verse 12.
Okay, yeah, you're reading down. Go ahead.
Verse 12. Joel chapter 2 verse 12. Therefore also now, saith the Lord, turn ye even to me with all your heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning, and rend your heart, and not your garments.
Yeah, I don't care about your, Israel did that, right? They tore off their clothes, they threw dust on their head. Like, that's all good, that's dramatic. But I want what's in your heart, what's in your spirit. Right, the contrite spirit, right? Show me that. Go ahead.
And turn unto the Lord your power, for he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repenteth him of the evil. Who knoweth if
what does that mean? That means that, as we read before, if y'all been paying attention, that the Most High can turn back his anger. He'll forgive you, but he just wants to see a repentant heart. He wants to see a humble heart. Right? That's what he's telling us here. He can turn back that anger, the punishment. Go ahead.
Who knoweth if he will return and repent,
right,
and leave a blessing behind him, even meat offering and a drink offering unto the Lord your power. Blow the trumpet in Zion, sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly, gather the people, sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders, gather the children and those that suck the breast. Let the bridegroom go forth of his chamber, and the bride out of her closet. Let the priests, the ministers of the Lord, weep between the porch and the altar, and let them say, spare thy people, O Lord, and give not thine heritage to reproach, that the heathen should rule over them. Wherefore should they say among the people, where is thy power? Where is their power? Verse 18. Then will the Lord be jealous for his land and pity his people. Yeah, the Lord will answer and say unto his people, behold, I send you corn and wine.
Okay, so let's look at how this is written. He's telling us about the captivity. He's telling us what's going to happen. But he says, who knows, the Lord might turn back. Right? And this is what happens when he turned back. Right? All this goodness comes from him turning back. Blessed shall thou be in the city. Blessed shall thou be in the field. Right? Deuteronomy 28, 1 on down. Right? So, did that happen? No. Did that happen? Did the Most High turn back? Because Israel didn't properly submit and cry.
Did the blessings come over them?
The blessings didn't. Like, no, we're talking in context of Joel. Babylonian Empire. What happened?
Yeah, no, those were all curses.
Those were all curses, right? Yeah. Exactly. So it didn't happen, but he's telling us what could happen. Right? Like Deuteronomy 28 and 1 down to verse 14. Right? It tells us what? If we listen. It just didn't leave it out there and be like, you know what? We don't need to put this in there. It ain't going to happen. He's giving you the possibility. Right? And that's what we're reading here. Why could we say that? Because did it happen? No, we didn't listen. We didn't do enough of crying. We didn't do enough of fasting. We didn't do enough of repenting from the heart. So, yeah, we're reading what could happen, but it didn't. Go ahead.
Verse 19. Yeah, the Lord will answer and say unto his people, behold, I will send you corn and wine and oil, and ye shall be satisfied therewith. And I will no more make you a reproach among the heathen, but I will remove far off from you the northern army.
Okay, so did he remove the northern army? You see that? But this prophecy, now let's think about this, y'all. Let's show y'all something. Did he promised us something that if we listen, right? If we humble, is that not applicable to now?
Is it?
But it was written for the Babylonian Empire. Was Joel only saying, hey, right now? Or was this written for us to understand as we come back to the Most High? Like the warning to the brothers and sisters that don't want to hear the knowledge. Could we show them this verse and say, look, if you listen and turn back to the Father, the Most High will remove that destruction from you that's going to happen. Would that be out of context? You see this? I'm doing this for y'all so y'all can really clearly understand and nobody's like, well, I didn't get it that way. I didn't understand that. We're going to eradicate that mind. Because we're meant to be scholars and not to be oblivious. You know what I mean? It's not, you're not supposed to get caught. Like, they can't catch me with that one. Like, well, what about this was written in here? Then I would have went in on the Messianic. Because when I studied, I understood this. Like, not just now, I'm coming to Sabbath class. I understood this years ago that when I was reading, what I was reading in the context we're reading, and I was understanding what the brothers were doing when they were showing me, oh, this is also affects us here or there, or the prophecy in the future. Because I understood whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning. I understood that when I was reading. You know, I didn't only understand Jeremiah 14:2, Judah mourneth for the gates, their language, they are black on the ground. I understood what black meant. I understood it was a twofold meaning. That we were being brought down in the Babylonian Empire. And it also edifies and brings out the validity. It makes it clear white people don't turn black. You have to be black to turn blacker. It's there in the book, but it's written in a certain way. I understood that. You know, some people are reading that now and saying, what? Nah, that's not talking about black. It doesn't mean here their color. It means that they're ashamed, they're darkened, trial, tribulation. I understand that too, but the Most High is showing us something that if what white person goes through trials and tribulation and literally turns black unto the earth. Most High has put that in there for us to see the true Jews are dark skinned. Just like he did to Job 30. You see how what I'm doing with the scriptures is showing y'all how they had that second meaning? That there's more edification than just, no, it was just the Babylonian Empire back then. Right. That's it. You can't use it no more else.
Get the Romans 15:4.
Yeah, get the Romans. I was going to say that. I've been holding that one. I've been holding that one.
Because here's the thing.
Romans.
Here's the thing. When we look at it historically, right? When we did jump, because this is talking about the Babylonians.
Yeah.
What happened during the Babylonians? Remember, we were under the hand of the Babylonians, the Persians and Medes. Remember that captivity?
We forgot them.
Remember we were able to rebuild the temple? Right. So when you look at verse 26, there was a point in time when we were able to now not be ashamed. But then what happened? Did we continue? No, we got punished again. So it was like it's recurrent. The Most High will deliver us from our enemies. What we do?
Right,
we would go right back to the idolatry and then have to get another butt whooping. So just during these moments of times, you have the time where you say, wow, here goes the blessing. Here goes a not being ashamed. We're not in captivity, right? But then what?
How long did that last?
Right? How long did that last? But that if it just was just a historical outlook, then what do we have to hope in today?
There you go.
We have nothing. This Bible would be no purpose but just a history book. That's what's the difference between the Bible and the Quran. This word is still manifesting itself.
Ooh.
It's still bringing, it's still showing itself to be true. And that's what we're hoping. That's what we have faith. And if not, there's no point of us keeping the fringes, keeping the commandments. We just like, well, history is just going to repeat itself. Yeah,
right.
But there's part of this history that hasn't shown itself yet. Which is what? Our freedom. Read that last one. Go ahead, read.
Oh, come. Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
Read.
That we, through patience.
Through what?
Through patience.
Right. The scripture says, heal out the faith and the patience of the saints. We're still waiting for that last day of the Lord. Just like they had to wait when they were in captivity of the Syrians and the Babylonians and Persian Medes and the Greeks, all the way to this last captivity, because we believe when it said in Daniel that this will be that last nation, right? And we're seeing that that's the beginning stages of this last nation being destroyed, right? Go ahead.
Through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have.
Where else will we get comfort from? Where else will we get comfort from? Look, you go outside and you see all the crime in all of our neighborhoods, all the homosexuality, all the broken homes, just all the chaos and confusion within our nation and the rest of the world. What did they tell you, the scientists, the atheists? The doomsday clock is closer than it's ever been. Because they don't have this. They don't have any hope. Go ahead.
Through comfort of the scriptures
Through
the comfort
of the scriptures. That's why, because if it's just a history book, if it's just that point, then what comforts us? It's the word, it's the scriptures, to know that there is going to be, like you can read this verse 26, verse 27, everything we read, and know, yes, it was comfort then, it was punishment then, but it's going to be our everlasting comfort. That's what we're waiting for. Yeah, but that was a good one. Oh, no, finish it. Read that last one, sir.
comfort of the scriptures might have hope.
Might have hope. I like how you bring it up.
Yeah.
The what is it? The duality. The perpetual.
Yeah.
You know, the historical. Yeah.
Yeah.
You do need to know the historical, but you have to what? You know that it didn't just stop there.
Like we were talking yesterday, it's like it's our job to explain the 12 tribes, right, are not here just in America. A lot of people, when they see that sign, they're thinking like only here in America. Now, I said this before too. I knew that. Like when I seen that sign, and I'm talking about as a youngster, and through studying and reading, I knew that the brothers weren't just saying only the Israelites are here in America. Because I read that we would be scattered through the four corners of the earth. Yeah. So I didn't have to have a brother tell me, oh, that this is not, it's not saying that Israel is only here in America. But nowadays, they look at the sign and they're like, oh, you're trying to say they're only here in America? No, we're not. But why do they understand it like that? Because they're not studying. Right. So I like Quatazat bringing this to my attention because it's our job to edify and to show the people like, okay, a lot of people don't teach like that. Like through the discrepancies that a person might have. They just teach and not take in consideration how they think. So when we bring out the sign, we got to show people, yes, the 12, these people are here in America, but we're also what? Scattered throughout the world. So they won't get the assumption of, oh, you're saying they're only here. That's what that sign is. No, it's not saying that. All right? So it's just things like that. It's our job to edify and to, especially in this age of people don't really get in the book, then they're going to assume based off of their narrow-mindedness. their narrow mind, they will assume, oh, that's what you meant. You know? Oh, you meant that. Nah, let's break it down the right way. Y'all agree with that, right? And I'm showing y'all that way when you teach, a good teacher considers that this person is not going to get it from a wider perspective because they don't have, it's like you were told, you asked about the more than one wife, right? And the brother told you, because your family wanted that information. He said, well, that's like a kindergarten teaching a kindergarten, right? Which is true because the way in what perspectives need to be brought out in the subject, you're not going to be able to relay that way. So that's why he said that. It's not bad. It's just that you weren't going to be able to deliver it to them and give them the things that they might not understand. You were just going to stray the Bible, but they don't understand the Bible. You know what I mean? So it's like that. Like, we got to be able to understand that being teachers, it's our job to edify to someone's doubts, the things that they're unclear to with. You know, because when I go over that subject with you, I'm going to start from the law, but I'm going to go give you the full circumference from the old to the new. I'm not just going to drop the Old Testament because a person's already saying what? That's what? That's what?
That's Old Testament.
That's Old Testament. So I have to be aware that you're already thinking that. That's why I said about being a narrow-minded teacher. So I like this because now it makes us edify that much more, because if not, you will teach narrow-minded. You will teach in that way. Oh no, that's talking about the angels of the Most High. Like, hold on now. That's not talking about that. This is talking about first the historical content. We use that to link up with Revelations to show us that that this is what the Most High is going to do in the future. Y'all see that? The way you bring it out is important. Or else someone will be like, man, you lying. That's a lie.
True.
Right? All right. So hopefully y'all getting edified, man. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 20. But I will remove far off from you the northern army.
Right.
And will drive him into a land barren and desolate.
Right.
With his face toward the east sea, and his hinder part toward the utmost sea. And his stink shall come up, and his ill savior shall come up, because he have done great things. Fear not, O land, be glad and rejoice.
Right. So once again, I like the part that Bakart brought out. The Babylonian Empire eventually fell. Right? And they eventually fell to who? The what? The Persian and Medes, right? There was the Assyrian, Babylonian, and the Persian and Medes. But they eventually fell. And then we were in another captivity. Right? The Persian and Median Empire, right? So, and what we could do is look at, I guess, what would be good is if we look at the gap from the Babylonian to the Persian and Medes. How long did that take for us to transition from one captivity to the next? So that'll be your job. Where's the little gap in there? Was it a year or two? Was it 5 or 10 years that we transitioned from going out of captivity and having a little bit of rest from buck whipping? Or did it just go straight? Right? You can look that up real quick. Right? All right. Go ahead.
For the Lord will do great things.
Right?
Verse 22. Be not afraid, ye beasts of the field, for the pasture of wilderness do spring. For the tree beareth her fruit, the fig tree and the vine doeth yield strength.
All right. Next, brother.
Shabbat Shah Yahweh Ban Yasha Allah.
Ron, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha Allah. I want you. Right.
Yahweh Ba Shimi Hawah Shah Rakatham.
It's a little misty, but it's not too hot. It could be worse up in this month. Little misty. Little misty. Yeah, we stopped at 22. You're on 2:23 down to 3:11.
Joel chapter 2, verse 23. Be glad then, ye children of Zion, and rejoice in the Lord your God. For he hath given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause to come down, for you the rain, and the former rain, and the latter rain in the first month. And the floors shall be full of wheat, and the fat shall be overflowing with wine and oil. And I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten, and the cankerworm, and the caterpillar, and the palmer worm, my great army which I sent among you. And ye shall eat in plenty, and be satisfied, and praise the name of the Most High, and that have dealt wondrously with me. And my people shall never be ashamed. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh. And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions.
Was that only for then? How many times that happened? Repeatedly. Because it happened back then. Then it happened in the time of Christ. And then it's supposed to happen now. You see that? So, because they prophesied, remember he quoted this? He said it. This is what was said. Your children shall dream dreams. Right? Y'all remember the prophecy? Oh, or when the prophecy was fulfilled in the New Testament? Let's get it real quick. All right. I got to stop doing that. I be quoting it like we all know, but some of us might not know. All right, let's go there. Let's go there. We're in 20, where is it?
Acts chapter 2 and verse 16.
Acts 2 and 16. Go ahead.
But this is that which was spoken by the prophet Joel. And it shall come to pass in the last days, saith the Lord, I will pour out of my spirit upon all flesh.
Right.
And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy.
Once again, was it only during that time? Could you say, well, this was only during the time of Joel concerning the Babylonian Empire? No, you cannot say that. This is when you understand this is how the Bible is written. This is why he's using the verse in 3-4 BC. Like, why are you using that verse? Because that's what happened. That's what will happen until we get the hell out of here, bro. Until we get out of here, bro, the prophecies gotta save us. The word is gonna be our salvation. Right? Go ahead.
And your young men shall see visions.
Right?
And your old men shall dream dreams.
Right?
And of my servants and of my handmaidens I will pour out in those days of my spirit, and they shall prophesy.
Check that out. What do you think the Most High is doing now? Most High is doing the same exact thing. Y'all get that? So, just to show y'all that this isn't something like we made up or the Bible don't speak of. It speaks of this and it shows us this through the Bible. All right, go ahead.
Verse 20, Joel chapter 2, verse 29. And also upon the servants and upon the handmaids,
right,
in those days will I pour out my spirit. And I will see wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into light, before the great and the terrible days of the Lord.
Come on now, I don't want to sound like a recorder. Y'all get this, right? That all these things are going to be happening. Everybody tripping over the blood moons, right? Look, with the blood moon in it, the nations, it said they go crazy over those things. But we understand it's just a prophecy of the Most High. The heathen get dismayed at them, but we don't. We understand these things must come to pass. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord.
What about that one? Y'all know that one very well. Acts what? 2 and 21, right? Whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord. Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered.
Right. This is how we know, because the original prophecy, right, was talking to who? It sure wasn't talking to the world. Because this fire that was going to be sent down, the prophecy that Joel was giving was from the Babylonian Empire coming in and destroying Israel. You see? So, no, we're not using it out of context. You know it was not talking to everybody. You just don't know the historical backing behind this. It was talking to Israel from the beginning. He didn't go preach to all the nations, Joel. He went to what? Israel. He was telling them. So when Paul quoted it, he was quoting it in context. Or who was that in Acts? Peter? It was Paul or Peter? Correct me. It was Peter? Yeah. Go ahead.
Shall be delivered.
Right.
For in Mount Zion.
For in where?
Mount Zion.
Oh, so when we're on the street and we pull this, oh, that's talking about everybody. Historically, it was only talking about Israel. Right? And it's coming back being quoted talking about Israel. Right? Go back there. Go to Acts 2 and 20. Read that.
Acts chapter 2, verse 20, what, 21?
I don't know. You know. You're armor bearer. Where's it at?
Acts chapter 2 and verse 21. And it shall come to pass.
You can't doubt, baby.
That whosoever shall.
Got it.
And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Ye men of Israel, hear these words.
There you go. And he doesn't quote it out of context. He says exactly what Joel said. Ye men of Israel, in Mount Zion shall come deliverance. Period. See the difference between like really reading the Bible and studying it, as opposed to just going by your feelings, what you think you want, what you're going and running on this wave of lack of understanding. That's the difference. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jesus of Nazareth.
Oh, no, you're done with that. Go ahead, jump back.
For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord hath said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call.
Right. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
You know, like how to put like Christians, not like
Yeah.
the worldly Christians.
Right.
They're
Right.
So my question was,
That's off of that's in Romans where they're quoting. If you call on the name of the Lord, ye shall be saved. Right?
my question was, is your call literally uttering your voice, or is there more to that?
Oh, well, now we got to go down that road of my little children. Let us not love in what? In word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. We know that he said it, rend your heart, not your garments. So the problem is with the talk. It says they praise me with their mouth, but their heart is far from me. So that's where I will go on the sequence of, nah, it's just not, it is speaking it, but it's just not speaking it. Because people can say things and not do them, right? Oh, I love Jesus. He's in my heart. Well, we're watching your actions. Faith without works is dead, right? So my little children love neither in tongue, but go there. Bro, you scared sisters, huh? Listen, let the brothers show out what they're showing y'all as they be studying. Hebrew Academy, they want to show y'all they sharp.
That's right.
And I mean, fortunately, right now there's only one brother that's just. Never mind. Let me not say that. Go ahead.
Come. 1 John chapter 3, verse 18.
Listen, covet the best gifts, y'all. Envy, righteous envy. All right, not negative envy, righteous envy. All right, go ahead.
My little children, let us not love in word.
Right.
Neither in tongue.
Right.
But in deed and in truth.
Right. So the Bible once again gives us the balance. Yes, you confess with your mouth, but like Abraham, that's when you go to that James, faith without works is dead. He confessed, he believed, but he's not the father of faith because he just talked about it. He showed up, right? He showed up, he grabbed his child, he was ready all the way to the end to put that sword down. So remember, he is not the father of faith just because he said it. It's because he did it, right? So, I mean, you know that. You just, the sequence. Yeah. All right, come on, jump back.
Joel chapter 3, verse 1. For behold, in those days.
Did we finish reading that?
Yeah, that was it.
We did. All right. I know sometimes God, I want to slow down. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem.
When I shall bring it again, meaning what? Take it away from them. When I take it away from them. Now, this is that. Now you can see. This is clear that it's what? It's something that has to happen in the future. Because in the context of history, it's not happening. It's not happening. You read about the Babylonian Empire, 586. Let's go here. You 70 years?
7 years between captivities.
70 years between captivities, yeah. All right, and that's what I have found too. So that's 70 years, and we back into captivity again. I mean, 70 years is a good break though. That's a life.
Generation.
Yeah, bro. 70 years is a life. 2 generations. A generation. Okay. All right. But 70 years. Right. The generations. I thought a generation was. I think they changed it though. Sometimes they change that. Like, what is a generation? Like, when you look it up back in the days to now, it's changed. I guess we got to think about what is a biblical generation, right? As opposed to what they say. But right, y'all get that. We're getting that the 70-year break, but it was no kingdom. It was no. When you look at the details of turning back, the captivity, right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Joel, chapter 3, verse 2.
Uh-huh.
I will also gather all nations and will bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat.
Okay, Joel's prophesying during the Babylonian Empire. Okay, because we got a 70-year break. That happened during the 70 years that the Most High brought all the nations down to the valley of Jehoshaphat and did this. I know I'm being facetious, but I got to do this so y'all can catch it and y'all can be able to consciously be aware and say, no, this didn't happen. Brother, we had a 70-year break, but when you look at the details of the prophecy, not only Joel, the Isaiah 2, Isaiah 60, Isaiah 14, right? That they were going to be as servants and handmaids, and we were going to come from across the world and be gathered. All the tribes of Israel would be gathered together, right? Yeah, they will carry your sons and daughters. So it's not only that, all these prophecies did not come to pass. Y'all getting that? Is this clear? Tell me what is not clear so we can edify. You're still trying to get like the historical plus the prophecy plus the reading, all that, right? Okay. Right. It's a lot of information.
Yeah, it takes a while. You know why? Because what has the American school system done to history for our minds? We don't value history. We don't value anything of learning. And I'm not saying you, but I remember just coming in here like, what is this talking about?
Right.
Like, what's going on here? First, you're getting understanding your nationality. This is your history. This is your your ancestors, what they went through. That relates and affects what we go through today.
Right.
So,
And what I'm adding is for the ones that kind of already are past that. That I'm reminding them that the historical timeline so they can use the scripture properly. That's what's going on with the other edification. But I mean, the basics is this: we're in the captivity. Under the Babylonians, Joel is prophesying. That's what's going on here. And now he's prophesying what's going to happen in the future. Joel 3, that's all that is. That's the basics of it. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3, starting at the 7th precept.
Go ahead.
And will plead with them there for my people.
Right.
And for my heritage Israel.
Right. So I like that word heritage because a lot of people try to not accept that the Bible speaks of a nation, a heritage. That doesn't matter. Right. Your nationality. Well, why does he continually point out that it's a heritage? It's what we follow. This ain't like a religion. It's our heritage. We're coming back to it. Y'all see that? See, they always want to void that part out and make it this religious thing. No, everybody can sing hallelujah, praise the Lord. Yeah, fine. But this is the people of God. The heritage of these people is, the customs of us is way different than what you serve. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
what's that?
He got heritage.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead with heritage.
Definition of heritage. Noah Webster, 1828. Inheritance, an estate that passes from an ancestor to an heir by descent or course of law, in which is inherited.
Right. So we're talking about a people, man, that has been promised something from our forefathers, right? That the Most High is not looking back on. He is continually going to fulfill his promise until it is done. He said his word don't go out void. So this heritage, us coming back to our heritage, is a must. To realize that we're not Negroes and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and Native American. It's coming back to our inheritance, right? Our ancestry, our line, our customs. Got to put that in there, right? What you were saying?
No, I just wanted to bring out, because again, why these Sabbath classes are important, or all classes, is to eradicate how we read the Bible, how we view history. It said, I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them. When you think of plead, when you hear plead, you think of like definitions like this. Where it says, what does it say? The action of making an emotional or honest appeal. The Most High is not dealing with emotions. When he gathered these nations, you're not like, well, please, will you guys stop fighting? Will you please be nice to my people? No. When you go into the group, the Hebrew, the Hebrew, that word for plead is shapat, right? It means to judge, govern, vindicate, punish. There's going to be punishment. When you see that word plead, it's not talking about begging you, keep sweat, right? When you guys be nice, play together, it's going to be judgment on these nations for all that they've done to his people, his heritage.
I like that. I like that. This is why we gotta use. We gotta, like think about it. Even in the context, you could tell that that's a bad word translation. Like and that's the way it is because remember, Hebrew was way different than English. So I like that. I'm glad you brought that up
because it pushes the narrative of a John 3, uneducated, unbiblical educated. John 3:16.
Right.
God so loved the world. So you read this and think, well, he's pleading with them. He's got to love them. Yeah. He's got to be coming from no. You got to understand that Hebrew.
That word. That's dope. That's beautiful. All right. Go ahead. Read.
Joel chapter 3, last precept. Whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. And they have cast lots for my people. And have given a board for an harlot.
Right. So, and this is what they did, not only during the Babylonian Empire, but they did this during the Greek, during the Roman. They perpetuated, like these nations, that homosexuality, selling our boys, right? That's in there for a reason. They perpetuated this and they're doing it now. What do you think? Why do you think black homosexuality is on the rise? Yeah. We did it about 10 years ago. It said black is the new gay. The old and what? Where are we at now? You got basketball players accepting their transgender sons. Do you see this? Oh my God, Magic Johnson, man. Jesus. The Lord is merciful. Because if he left it into our hands, bro. Huh? Oh, he just bro, his son is 6'9", flaming, like bangs and everything. But that's why we leave it to the hands of the Most High, right? Go ahead, read on. You see I ain't got no comment on it. I'm gonna just shut up. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3, verse 3. Verse 4. Verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a board for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine.
See, and this is their agenda, man. This is their agenda, and they did it in slavery to turn out the boys, to turn out the girls. And they did a good job. Look, our sisters have no self-respect. Our brothers have no self-respect, man. So, once again, this is talking about during that time, and you see all the other nations, they know how to break us, right? How do they break us? They use the same tactics and of these other nations. Give them gold, oil, and drugs. Give them a false dream to shuck and dive and be basketball players and dancers. And then we can get them around our weird conglomerate. And what happens when you go to the weird all white Illuminati parties? You get turned out. You get turned out when you go to them. So that's the agenda. It ain't no different from then to now. Go ahead.
That they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre? and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine?
Mm-hmm.
Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head, because ye have taken my silver.
Right. So, well, you know how they come with this.
Give me the one in Isaiah. It says, "The children shall seek to please the poor."
Give me that one because.
Isaiah 42 and
22. Okay.
Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 23.
22.
22.
Go ahead.
But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them.
No, that's not it.
22. Oh, no, no, that's not it.
Now, find that for me. But this is.
26, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let him look for it. Let him look for it. This is what it's talking about. They try to. He said, if you're gonna pay me back. And a lot of these nations think like, oh, you know what? I'll recompense the Lord. The Most High is not taking your recompense. He wants what is acceptable to him. Right? It is, Job.
Job 20 and 10.
Yeah.
Job 20 and 10, but there's, go ahead, read that. Job 20 and 10.
Job chapter 20 and verse 10. His children shall seek to please the poor.
His what?
His children shall seek to please the poor.
Yeah, it's talking about the wicked. Their children shall seek to please the poor. And that's what they want to do. They want to, oh, I'm going to recompense you. How am I going to recompense you? I'm going to give, turkeys on Thanksgiving. It's not acceptable. That's why he said he'll turn it back on their own head. Because what you did to the children of God. And that's what America is oblivious to. They think, oh, I don't have to pay back anybody. That was done, that wasn't me. Yeah, but you benefited from your forefathers. And not only did you benefit, you can't even admit what y'all did wrong. The Bible's about repenting. You can't even admit, you can't even confess. They will all the time promote what the hell is going on for the so-called Jews. The Holocaust was a bad thing. You got black commentators, black news people will talk about what happened to the Jews. But they can't stomach and say, wait a minute. What happened to the so-called Negroes in America? The slavery, the punishment. What happened to our people? What happened to the Mexicans and the Native Americans? They're not saying that. So
they don't even acknowledge just as recent as Jim Crow. It's funny. I like what they just had the brother Reggie Jackson, right? They called it Mr. October. He had a candy bar. I know this is way before your time. This is when baseball was America's pastime.
This is old school Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Not new school basketball player Reggie Jackson.
No. They played for the Yankees, right? Baseball player, not a basketball player. And this was an icon in American culture one time. And everybody, one of you minds would tell you, Reggie Jackson, he's Mr. October because he came through in the playoffs and World Series. Reggie Jackson just broke down about how evil America was to him in his coming up in that baseball society. That guy, Bear Bryant, the coach, and they all like to praise Alabama's coach. And yeah, he told him in his face, we need a nigger boy like you to change the image of our team. Told him straight up, using the word Lucy like nigger, but he didn't mean it in a bad way. What do you mean he didn't mean it in a bad way?
It was a good way.
And to watch Reggie Jackson, a grown man, a man of over 70 years old, have to hold back his emotions because he had to hold that. In order to be successful, he had to eat that.
Yeah.
Look what Hank Aaron went through. He had death threats. That wasn't that long ago. So they don't want to acknowledge that. And that was our grandparents are that age. So that alone, they're not talking about slavery.
That's a little snippet.
Yeah.
Little snippet of that. On your McDonald's commercial.
The Black History Month.
The Black History Month.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Wait.
And his hand shall restore their goods.
Right. His hand shall restore their goods, because the Most High is not going to accept their little offering. That's why he says he would give it back to you. Like, that's not what I want, right? Give me the other one in Job. I put this a few days back about the restoration. It showed you what he wants. It's Job. It says according to its restoration. It says. Just on this one, we need that. How it's written there. Let's go like 18.
Yeah, Job 20.
Okay. Job 20 and 18. Go ahead.
Job
chapter 20, verse 18. That which he labored for shall he restore.
Right now, y'all can read the whole chapter. It's talking about the wicked. It's talking about the wicked. Go ahead.
And shall not swallow it down.
Go ahead.
According to his substance.
This is what the Most High wants. The wicked don't just get turkeys and then call it even. We're even, Stephen. You took over the world. You crapped on the world. You did the children of Israel dirty. Double doesn't mean a few turkeys, y'all. A few green pieces and sending some pennies to Africa. Right? First of all, that ain't even us. Right? So according to what?
The substance shall the restitution be.
The restitution. I had the wrong word in my head. Restitution. According to the substance is the restitution. Now, why am I pulling that? Go back to Joel. That was 20 and 18. Go ahead. Go back to Joel. Read that.
Joel chapter 3, verse 5. Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah.
Okay, I thought he was going to reiterate it. It said here, will you render me for? It says, will you render me a recompense? If you recompense me swiftly and speedily, I will return the recompense upon your own head. Why? Because according to your substance is the restitution. You're not going to pay me back what you want. I want what you took. You see? That's how the Most High is looking at this. So they're sitting around thinking like, we didn't do this. Wait a minute. Reparations is, I want it all. Y'all understand? Right. You're not just going to give us, like, you didn't just steal Manhattan. You stole everything. You took all the draws. Go ahead. Now read on. But y'all get that, right? That's why he said he will recompense it on their whole head. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3, verse 5. Because ye have taken my silver and my gold.
That's you. Yeah, yes, he was talking about the Jews from the temple, but he's talking about the jewels. You. He took that. Go ahead.
And have carried into your temple.
Okay, so once again, he's talking to the Babylonian Empire, but he's also talking about any nation that did this. That's why he's going to bring all the nations to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Yeah. This place prepared, right, for Armageddon, right? Go ahead.
Right. Does not the Vatican hold our Jews?
Yeah.
Right. All of the treasures, all of the gold and the diamonds, right? Do they not still hold our possessions? Right. So did they get off scot-free? Because this historically was only talking about the Babylonians.
That book, The Crown Jewels.
Oh yeah. Oh, Zion shall be
Oh yeah, that book, man, is crazy. You can't realize how much you can't fathom it. There's so much money in one part of the dang crown. They got all of that, and they want to give us what?
Scraps.
But they said
You got EBT. I'm helping you out. See, that's what's wrong with y'all. You don't want to work. Really? Damn. You give me EBT and I'm supposed to be happy. You know what I mean? And then I'm supposed to scrap for crumbs. And then with the systemic, financial, economic racism, we just got to look past all that. We don't have to. Yeah, it's disgusting. What you gonna say?
Precept to show that Israel are the jewels of the Most High God.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 17.
Yeah.
And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts. In that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them, as a man spares his own son that serveth him.
Yeah. Yeah, yes sir. Precept 3 and 17. Precept upon precept. That's a good one. The jewels. Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Verse 6. Joel chapter 3, verse 6.
Uh-huh.
And the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their borders. Behold, I will raise them out of the place whether.
Yeah, I know we sound like a broken record, but we gotta break it down. Remember, this is what was said in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and this is what the Most High came and did to us in all these different captivities. This is what He did. That we were sold, we were stocked, we were like they do now. Your birth certificate is a what? Is a serial number. It's an account. Everybody who's on YouTube know that, right? That you're just a number. You're a slave. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3, verse 7, last precept. And will return your recompense. And behold, I will raise them out of the place whither ye have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head. And I will sell your sons and your daughters and I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hand of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the seamen, to the people far off.
Right, and in our captivity, or excuse me, when we reign, in our kingdom, they're going to be our servants. We are going to sell them to other people, right? That's how you know that this is beyond just the Babylonian Empire. When the wicked nation gets punished, right? Who has us in captivity in their hand? Whose hand are we going to be found in? Esau, right? That's whose hand we're going to be found in, right? The last nation. That don't mean the Babylonians get away. That don't mean the Assyrians get away. That don't mean all the other nations get away. But according to Psalms 83, who's the first? Esau. The Edomites, right? And then Amos 1 tells us what? Because he had a perpetual hatred against his brother. So why is he the first and foremost? Why is he more put on blast than anybody? Because the hatred against his brother. You see that? So we're going to sell them like they sold us. We're going to have them as slaves like they sold us. Do I have to go to Isaiah 14? Let's go there. Nobody answered. Once again, we got new people in class, like the brother, like the sister. So we got to get it. I know y'all eat, chew this up, swallow it down, regurgitate. You know this backhand, right? It's tattooed in the back of your brain. But that don't mean that the next brother or sister don't deserve it, right? So yeah, what's up?
Who are the Sabians? Is that generalized for other nations or?
No, the Sabians were actual people.
So this is a future prophecy, right?
This is then.
And
This was then. See, remember what I've been saying the whole class.
Right.
This was going on back then. But this is something we know, according to you reap what you sow.
right.
Revelation 13, 9 and 10, he that go into captivity shall go into that, right? We get those two, all right? But that it's supposed to happen to where we are going to sell them as well, right? And we can look up the Sabians, all right? Let's look that up. But let's get that, get Revelation 13, 9 and 10. Get,
You got it, right?
yeah, read that. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1.
Go ahead.
For the Most High will have mercy on Jacob,
Right.
and will yet choose Israel,
Right.
and set them in their own land.
Right. So this was the prophecy. This was the messianic prophecy, they like to say. This was Christ coming back and establishing the kingdom on earth. Go ahead.
And the stranger shall be with them.
Right.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Right. And the nations are going to be there. So when people come up, well, is the Gentiles going to be Thanos snapped? No. So you get caught up on that, like, there's people almost think like there's not going to be no nations in the kingdom. That's not true. There's going to be Gentiles in the kingdom. They just have a different role in the kingdom. Right? Of course they're going to be there. Of course. But they're going to be what? Read on.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
Go ahead.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Most High for servants and handmaids.
Right, for servants and handmaids. So that's the outcome, right? So you're saying, well, okay, well, was this only back then? No, it was something that was going to happen in the future as well. It was something when that was going to happen that we were going to gain power, right? And then what we can do is we can look for this specific moment in history, because we know it's history that he's given us. But also, we know according to the prophecy, it's going to happen. You see that? What you got?
That's what I was, the confusion was, because I didn't know. It doesn't say specifically in the Bible when Israel sold the Philistines to the Sabians.
Right.
So I didn't know if it...
Like the specific moment that happened.
Right, kind of.
Right, and I don't remember any, I don't remember when that happened either. Like, it doesn't show it. You know what I mean? But we can double check that, to be fair. All right? Let's finish this.
And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were.
Go ahead.
And they shall rule over their oppressors.
They shall rule over their oppressors. So, who's part of that? Is it just the Edomite nation? No, Psalms 83 gives you a list of the enemies of the Most High. So, it's all nations we're going to rule over. Right? And what happens when you rule over nations? You have servants, you have slaves, right? Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in the day that the Most High shall give thee rest from thy sorrow.
So we're talking about the same subject, that when the Most High gives us rest from our sorrow in the future, right? Which we ain't got no rest. Well, we had 70 years. You had 70 years of rest. No. We're talking about Daniel rest. That when the kingdom is turned over to Christ, there will no other kingdom ever rule on earth. We're not talking about a little break from the butt whooping. We're talking about eternal peace on earth. All right, y'all get that, right? You got any questions? Yeah. All right. What's up?
I was gonna ask. I heard Revelations. I know that's Isaiah. Did you ask for something else, or was it just the Revelations? I heard it. I was asking.
What you got? What you got? No, what you got?
I got Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 10.
Yeah, we're gonna go there too. You know, you're a character. You're funny as hell. Oh my God! All right, come on, you done with that?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
And from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve.
Right. So this is the prophecy of what was going to happen because what they did to us. Right? Once again, did it happen during this time? Was there peace on earth? Whether you beat your swords in the plowsheds and there should be war no more. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the future when Christ comes back. So that's where all these things fit in, right? Because he definitely didn't bring us to the valley of Jehoshaphat. That didn't happen. He didn't plead with all nations for the children of Israel. He didn't gather us from all the four corners of the earth. We're waiting for all those prophecies to come into play, right? All right, for Isaiah 14, give me the Isaiah 29. A king shall be, 29, what is it, 22? Kings shall be nursing fathers and queens that nursing mothers. And then go ahead and read where you're at. What you got? Okay, read that first and then we'll jump over there.
Revelation chapter 13, verse 10. He that leadeth into captivity.
He that what?
Leadeth into captivity.
Go ahead.
Shall go into captivity.
That's what we're talking about. So when you read these prophecies in Joel and all through the scriptures, this correlates with this moment, right? We're waiting for that moment, not the break that we had for the 70 years, right? Not for the 40 years of peace. That was less, 40 years of peace. I mean, well, during that 70 years, definitely wasn't peace. Solomon, you could say it was, according to the scriptures, it was peace, right? But 40 years, 70 years, little breaks. Most High is talking about this eternal kingdom, right? Go ahead.
He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience in the face of the saints.
That's the future prophecy. Go where you're at.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, and verse 23.
49 and 23, sorry. Go ahead.
And kings shall be thy nursing fathers.
Right.
And their queens thy nursing mothers.
Right.
They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth. And lick up the dust of thy feet.
Right.
And thou shalt know that I am the Lord. For they shall not be ashamed that wait for me.
Right. They shall not be ashamed that wait for you. So it's these millennial prophecies that we're waiting for. We're waiting for the kings to lick up the dust of our feet. Thus saith the Lord. That was what was promised, right? All right, go back to where you at?
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10.
And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee,
Right.
but in my favor I have had mercy on thee.
Right. So, bringing it back to what is being brought out here in Joel, how does this fit? We're waiting for the time to where we're able to sell them. That was the prophecies, that they would bow down, they would be our servants, they would be our handmaids. That's what the Most High promised. All right? So jump back, Joel. Come on. I know it's a lot. Go ahead.
Joel chapter 3.
Where you left off at.
For the Most High, for Yahweh have spoken. Verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war.
Right.
Wake up the mighty men. Let all of the men of war draw near.
Right.
Let them come up. Beat your plowshares.
Right. I guess we jump ahead, right? Because this same thing, Joel spoke, Micah spoke, right? And who spoke? Isaiah spoke. You see that? So we're waiting for this prophecy. Beat your what?
Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say,
oh, wait.
Oh, someone else.
Okay, no. Okay, so Isaiah 2 was beat your swords in the plowshares. Right. And beat your, Micah and Isaiah was the same. This right here is saying get ready for war. You're finna go to war. Go ahead.
Time.
So let's correct that. Go ahead.
Time. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. Assemble yourselves, and come, all ye heathen. Gather yourselves together round about. Thither calls the mighty ones to come down, O Lord. That's good. I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Next brother. Who's the next one?
Fourth reading.
Oh, fourth reading.
Ashoria, Shabda Show, Yahweh Ban Yashalah.
Asariya, Shabbat Show, Yahweh, Ban Yashal. Amaji? Right.
Yahweh Bahasham Yahshua Bakatam.
All right.
You go from
Finishing it?
Joel chapter 3, verse 12, and then you're going to go into 2 Kings. Yeah.
17 and 11.
17 and 11.
Yeah.
So, what's Sabians?
Right?
Sabians?
Yeah, you look it?
Yeah, I had looked into it, and like in the blue letter it says drunkard or he who is coming. Then it has the people of the nation of Sheba.
Right. So Sheba, the people of Sheba.
Yeah. So the he who is coming, I was thinking like, is that talking about like just a future generation? Because I looked at Isaiah 45 and 14, and it's talking about like the Sabians, but it's basically talking about like they will be in captivity as well.
Well, you know why that it goes with the people of Sheba? Because you're dealing with Tyre and Zidon. You're dealing with those people, so that's the same people. Yeah, so that's why context is important, because who's Tyre and Zidon? Huh?
Yeah, so called
Hamites, right? Right, so Babylonians, right? Cushites. All these people had us in captivity. Yeah, so you know how you look at that blue letter and it add more? But in this context, we're looking for the people as opposed to the definition of what it means, right? Like you can look up a name and then it can give you the definition of what it means, like Isaac, laughter. Well, but we're talking about Isaac, the man, right? Not saying, oh, it's not talking about a man, it's talking about laughter, is it? You see what I'm saying? Like you can't read it like that. It's like we're talking about the people as opposed to what is that Sabian, that word means. You get what I mean?
I got confused.
Yeah, like, so when you look up the blue letter words, it would tell you the meaning of the name, and it would tell you also if it applies to a person. Right, yeah. So remember, we're looking at what people as opposed to how to use this word in a language to where, say, what did you say Sabian mean? People to come?
Yeah, it said he who is coming.
Yeah, he was coming. Right.
Because I was looking at like the context or like, I guess the chapter. And I guess it didn't make sense to me for them to be like another,
Right.
like another line.
It didn't or did?
It didn't make sense to me.
Right, it doesn't make sense that way. It makes sense that it's a people that they're dealing with at that time, which is the people of Sheba.
Oh, you're talking about like after?
No, right now. Joel, during Joel,
Yeah.
right? These people they were dealing with in Tyre and Sidon, the ones that were conquering Israel. Yeah. Yeah.
It says the Sabians were Ishmael.
Ishmael.
Yeah.
You got Sheba? Where'd you get that from?
This is Bible nationality.
Oh, we gotta have to double check that. You know what I mean? Like, cause if it's saying the people of Sheba, cause yeah, you talk about different nations.
Yeah, here it says, yeah, it's talking about like, the Queen of Sheba, she came from.
And that's where I'm thinking when you looked it up. That's why I said he switching to Ishmael, that's a whole different, because you talk about Cush. You're talking about Cushites.
It says, another one says was located in Arabia. So maybe that's where he got it.
That's where they got Ishmael from, right? But when you look at the Queen of Sheba, these were Cushites. Yeah.
Yeah, because it says a son of Ramah, a son of Cush.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. This is valid. But it says, it says, are there any Sabians today? Ask that question, basically find out where they are. And it says, since the outbreak of violence in 2003, most Sabians or Medians have either fled into the country or killed today. There are fewer than 5,000 remaining in Iraq.
Okay. Well, but we know this biblically, they're still from the people of Cush. Even though they might be in Ishmaelite lands, right? Because first of all, it wasn't Ishmael land, right?
Right.
Right, yeah. We're getting deep into the Sabians. All right. Which is good. This is how you study. You go through it, you go 2 or 3 definitions, right? To see where the people come from. So yeah, all right, let's jump back. Let's finish this.
Joel chapter 3 and verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
Let the heathen be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. For there will I sit to judge all the heathen round about.
Mm-hmm.
Put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe.
Right.
Come, get you down, for the press is full.
Right. Now, I know the question is, where's the valley of Jehoshaphat? We know there's a place prepared that the Most High is going to destroy. Yahweh Shai, Christ, is going to gather these nations to destroy them. If you're thinking the ancient city, okay, let's deal with the ancient city. I know this according to 2nd Ezra 13, it says that they're going to stop fighting each other and turn to him. So when you look at Jehoshaphat, y'all can look that up too. You can look up Jehoshaphat and see where that's at, right? There's a valley there that he's saying that they will be met at. So the point in here, though, is Yahweh is going to bring them to this valley and destroy them. Go ahead.
The fats overflow, for their wickedness is great.
Mm-hmm.
Multitudes in the valley of decision.
Right.
For the day of the Most High is near in the valley of decision.
Mm-hmm.
The sun and the moon shall be darkened, and the sun and the stars shall withdraw their shining.
Right. And these are scriptures in the New Testament that we're quoting. The sun and the moon shall darken. They quoted these things. Amos quoted them as well. You said what? Peter and Acts, exactly. Right? Go ahead.
The Most High also shall roar out of Zion.
Right?
And utter his voice from Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
And the heavens and the earth shall shake. But the Most High will be the hope of his people, and the strength of the children of Israel. So shall ye know that I am the Most High, your power, dwelling in Zion, my holy mountain. Then shall Jerusalem be holy, and there shall no strangers pass through her anymore.
Yeah, I like this scripture because it goes with Isaiah 11. And it goes with Isaiah 60 when it tells you that there's not going to be any nations in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Like, this goes showing that, like, Jerusalem, they're going to have to meet us at the gates. Like it says, they shall bring them to the gates. That makes sense according to the scriptures and according to what we're reading, that no unclean thing shall pass through Jerusalem. So they're like, well, how are we going to rule over them? They're going to be outside of the Jerusalem. The outer courts, exactly, like it says in Revelations 11. So y'all can note that. Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in that day.
What verse you at?
Verse 18.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the mountains shall drop down new wine, and the hills shall flow with milk, and all the rivers of Judah shall flow. That's
that land of milk and honey. Remember, it's not literally saying that there's going to be milk flowing, milk rivers. Milk is a what? Nourishment, right? It's marrow. It's health to your bones, right? So that's what he said. I always thought about that, milk and honey. Milk and honey is you going to the bathroom, right? Nah, what it's telling us is the best of the land. The things that are going to nourish us as a nation, we're going to have that on tap. Go ahead.
And a fountain shall come forth out of the house of the Most High,
Mm-hmm.
and shall water the valley of Shittim. Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
For the violence against the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land.
Mm-hmm.
But Judah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem for generation to generation.
I like this because it adds both of them, Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom, right? Judah and Jerusalem, right? Go ahead.
For I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for the Most High dwelleth in Zion.
There it is. All right. So that's Joel.
Now we go to 2 Kings. Let me go back to 2 Kings chapter 17.
I still say we should have put that because it was Babylon. With Babylon, but I don't know. I think we messed up our little time on that. But y'all still get it. It's still the reading. It's still prophecy of what's going to happen. 2 Kings 17 and... Oh, 1. Okay, go ahead.
2 Kings chapter 17 verse 1. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea, the son of Elah, to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him.
Mm-hmm.
Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents.
Right, so we're back here. Finally, we made it back to Kings, right? The point of Kings was the point of throwing the prophets in the middle, except for Joel. All right, except for Joel. The prophets that we read, which was, who was it? It was, right, Amos, Jonah, Micah, Hosea, right? They fit within the Assyrian captivity timeline. And they were the ones that prophesied during that timeline. All right? So they were telling us what was going to happen. As we come back here in the 17th chapter, now you start seeing the fulfillment in us going into this even more. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 4. And the king of Assyria found a conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land. So
the king of Assyria bound who into prison? Hosea, right? So that just I'm making sure everybody know what's being said here. Go ahead.
Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea.
Now, at this time, who is in Samaria? The northern kingdom. When you say the northern kingdom, we're talking about from Simeon all the way down to Issachar. No particular order. We just, that order, you don't necessarily, that ain't the necessary order. Because when you look at the sons, how they were born, right? But from on this side, from Simeon down to Issachar, they were known as what? The northern kingdom. All right, go ahead.
In the 9th year of Hoshea,
All right, real quick. Why were they known as the Northern Kingdom? Because Israel was split into two kingdoms. One was promised for David, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. And the other was promised to who? Right, but why? A trick way, yeah, I said, yeah.
Because the prophecy to Jeroboam about how he would have 10 tribes.
Right, he would have 10 tribes. And y'all can go back and read that. You got to go back a few chapters. But when David sinned, he messed up. Solomon came back and messed up again. Right? And the kingdom, it was, instead of being one nation, now the servant of, who was it? Solomon would get the 9 tribes. Huh? I know. I'm trying to put them up to speed without making it more confusing. So the Bible, because that happened, the Bible will say Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, or Judah and Jerusalem. So you see how we read in Joel? It said Judah and Jerusalem. It was worded that way because we were 2 separate kingdoms, right? Still the Most High's people, but kings ruled separately because they couldn't get it together. That was our problem, right? Like we can't get it together now until the one true king comes back. All right, go ahead.
Verse 6.
So, I mean, just to give you a little summary, what chapter is that about the dividing of the kingdom? No, what chapter is it?
That's 11.
11. So you can go back to 11. If you want to study, you go back to the 2 Kings 11, 1 Kings 11, and go over how the kingdom was split and why, right? See, we already been doing this reading, so we're up to this point to where all the kings in the northern kingdom been ruling, and then he's been showing us how Judah's been ruling, and then Israel's been ruling, which basically, for the most part, they're all doing wrong, right? They're all doing wrong either way, right? What you got? You got Isaiah was in there too. Yeah, it should have been put in there too. Come on, let's see how that goes. Go ahead.
2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 6.
Uh-huh.
In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria,
right,
and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah, and in Habor by the river of Gazan, and in the cities of the Medes. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Most High,
right,
their power, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Most High cast out from before the children of Israel.
So in the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria carried away Israel away captivity into Assyria. So I'm going to take you and what? Put you in captivity in our land, right? And place in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan and the cities of the Medes. Right? Go ahead.
For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Most High, their power.
Okay, you read that. Jump to 9, 8.
And walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel.
Yeah.
And of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Most High, their power.
Right.
And they built them high places in all their cities.
So now we're seeing why the high places were places to worship other gods. Anytime you read about high places, it wasn't where we sacrificed, because the priests were supposed to do the sacrifice. So these high places were usually, like you said, groves that we were sacrificing kids. We were sacrificing to other gods. So it depended on what that God wanted. So this is Israel going off. It depended on what those gods wanted, right? Sometimes they want your kids. Sometimes they want, you know what I mean? Blood? What's up?
It's funny because we know they weren't real. So how was it being told that they were
By their priests. So the gods of the other nations had priests that they would worship. That's why when you read down, it's going to say all that.
Okay.
It's gonna go into all that. How? Well, I won't jump ahead. Just we're gonna read it. Go ahead. What you was gonna say?
The thing that came to mind was you say that my laws are not grievous,
Yeah.
and clearly it grieves me.
Right. Go ahead.
From the tower of the watchmen that fenced the city.
Right.
And they set them up images and groves in every high hill.
There you go. The groves in every high hill. This was idolatry. This was basically worshiping Satan, man. It was just other forms of other gods disguised worshiping the left-hand side, right? Go ahead.
And under every green tree.
Right. And under every green tree. Go ahead.
And there they burnt incense in all high places.
Right. Remember, idol worship in the tree worship, when you look at the Christmas and you look at the wreath, the one over the door, right? Or you look at the tree, right? All this comes from these other nations. And it's variations from the Assyrian Empire to the Babylonian Empire to the Greeks adopted it, then the Romans, and then America. And now you sit down and you what? In commemoration, you get a plastic tree to commemorate what the damn Assyrians, Babylonians, Persian Medes, and all these other cats did. So this is how you know that ain't got nothing to do with us. Well, it's just for fun. It's just for the kids. Like, you're not getting this. See what happens when you got the historical, you're looking at it from a history standpoint plus spiritual standpoint, you can see everything more clear. Like, damn, this is literally why we got punished all the time. Because the groves, the trees, the stumps were all to other gods. Now, how you feel when your kid asks you, well, we're not going to have Christmas? Like, you're looking at them like, nah, you don't understand what they were doing on these days. Originally, they were child sacrifice. And then that's when you get into the candle, the carving of the jack-o'-lantern. When you get into the jack-o'-lantern, how they started using that, burning kids and making a candle out of them, the fat from them. Like you're seeing that. You're like, well, the process on how they burnt their kids wasn't like the Assyrian Empire. Bro, it's the same thing. The Assyrian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, they were killing kids. It didn't matter what way you burnt them up and you made a jack-o'-lantern out of it. But that was their custom, yeah.
And I think originally the jack-o'-lantern before it was like a pumpkin. It was actually heads.
Yeah.
Oh, it was heads.
It was heads originally.
Okay, I got to refresh my reading on that. The book is The Fossilized Customs and The Two Babylons. Those books go into depth on how they did that. But yeah, do we really need to go in depth? Listen, the scriptures is like showing us it was out of order. That's why we weren't getting punished because we was just having trees, man. Wait, why are we getting punished? Because we got groves. What were they doing behind these groves? Go there real quick. Isaiah 66. And then you know what? As we read down, it's going to go into it too. But read that.
Isaiah 66.
66.
17.
And verse 17.
Start from 15? 15, go ahead.
Verse 15.
Go ahead.
For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariot, like a whirlwind, to render his anger and his fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh. And the slain of the Lord shall be many. They that sanctify themselves.
They sanctify themselves. They call themselves cleansing themselves. How? That's when you read.
And purify themselves in the gardens.
In the gardens, these groves, right? They call themselves cleansing themselves in the groves, in the gardens. Go ahead.
Behind one tree in the midst, and eating swine's flesh.
And do what?
And eating swine's flesh.
You see that? You're like, well, what does swine got to do with us? This was a custom way back all the way through the nations. So when in slavery, when they gave you the chitlins and the gizzards and the swine, and why you cooked the hog for Christmas, for Thanksgiving, Easter ham, chestnuts roasting over an open flame, chestnuts roasting over, right? Right, because it was this. So while you singing damn Christmas carols, know that it was about sacrificing kids and animals and all these things to Satan. It didn't have nothing to do with the Most High. Go ahead, read out.
And the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Most High.
Right, you see that? And that's what they would do. The mouse, I keep forgetting that when we go over that. Look up that word again. It's not an actual mouse. It's something else. Check that out. But this is what they do. This is what our people did. So when you fighting over the Christmas tree, this is nothing new. That's what got us in captivity and punishment. That's why the damn houses is burning down. Chestnuts roasting, yeah, and that boy be a flame. What? Yes, it's Jeremiah 10. We're gonna go there too. Yeah, you're right on point, sis. Go to Jeremiah. Start at 1. We here. Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus said the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs or heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. Verse 3.
Yeah, and when we were talking about the sun shall be, the moon shall turn red, or the sun shall be darkened, right? They get dismayed at them. They want to get their glasses. Oh, wow. Look at the eclipse. Right, don't look into it. They made it an event, didn't they? And what? The Most High, they almost worship these things in that moment, right? Go ahead.
Verse 3, for the custom of the people are vain.
See, we're dealing with vain customs. Go ahead.
For the one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Right, so remember, it didn't have to jingle bells. Jingle bells started in America. But guess what? The custom started way back. Now, if you really want to get deep, it even started before the Assyrian Empire. It started all the way back with Nimrod. So you're talking about Jesus. You're talking about way in Genesis, You understand? So we got to remember that these customs, like, when you got to explain and remind your children, like, you got to show them. You got to dumb it down and show them that, nah, we don't do that. This is what it really represents. And the false alive custom is good because it goes through it. It kind of simplifies it. But because you have to, it doesn't say it deep in here like the actual process, right? What you got?
The mouse.
The mouse, what you got?
I think it was just the mouse.
It says mouse?
Yeah, it's like listing the abominations they was eating, and then it says mouse.
I thought we looked at something else. Okay. I'm getting something in Leviticus mixed up. But okay, it's the mouse. That's disgusting. So they were literally eating mouses for the sacrifice to whatever God they worshiped. Okay, go ahead.
Come, last precept,
Uh-huh.
verse 3. The work of the hands of the workmen.
Right.
With the axe, verse 4. They deck it with silver and gold.
Right. So this is when it says the groves, this is it. They deck it with silver and gold. Go ahead.
They fasten it with nails and with hammers.
You see how now we're reading Jeremiah's Babylonian Empire. He's during that captivity, and we're going back to the Assyrian Empire. It didn't change, y'all. Don't let them fool you. It didn't change. It's like it's the same customs, just transcended to more damn debauchery. And then they all took it from way back during the time of Adam and Eve. You don't want to really get into it. This all came from that time. The trees of the garden, right? They worshiping, these other nations were doing what? Worshiping other gods. People get caught up like, what did Adam and Eve really do? There's nothing new under the heaven. They did the same thing we doing now. It was like, it was sex. They try to make it seem like Adam and Eve, like it was just one thing. It was sex what they did. Bro, they were doing everything. Worshiping other gods, worshiping other idols, right? We know Adam and Eve repented. But what was everybody else doing? They were doing debauchery all the way up to the Most High, the flood, right? So it's nothing new what we're reading. Go ahead, read on.
That it moved not.
That it moved not, right? So the Bible's reminding us that these trees don't have power. They don't move. I know your kid is pouting. Grandma's pouting, talking about, baby, it's Christmas. It's Christmas time. But you're like, so what? You damn pouting. I don't want to hear that. Like, we're not doing that. Right? And then you got to wash your kid's mind. Go ahead.
Verse 5. They are upright as the palm tree.
Right?
But speak not.
Right? Why? Why is Jeremiah pointing out speaking? Obviously, something had to be said that the boogeyman is going to get you. So he's reminding them, look, they don't talk. These are idols. It's not going to get you. It's not going to come and throw a curse on you. Right? If you don't give to it. If you don't bless it. Go ahead.
They must needs be born.
You have to carry them. Be born is to carry, right? That pronunciation of born is to carry. So you have to go through the process to give these trees power, to give these groves power. And apparently Israel didn't stop. Israel did not stop from the Assyrian to our little 70-year break back in the Babylonian Empire. And then we got to look at how long it took for the Babylonian to the Persian and Medes. That was straight. Double check that. Double check it. See? But you see, we were just disobedient and defiant all the way through. So I know we're going into all the historical context, but don't forget why we're here. Because Israel's hard-headed as hell and rebellious. And because we're like, well, mama said, you know, my family, they just going to look at me weird. So damn what? But so what? They look at you weird. Like if it came down to it, well, I'm not sacrificing nobody. That's literally you worshiping another deity. Go ahead.
Because they cannot go.
They cannot go. They cannot walk. Right? Bel and the dragon, right? The Bel and the dragon. What was it? They thought the tree was moving, right? They thought the God was eating the sacrifice. What the priests were doing what? Taking the food. Like when you go into the Chinese food store and the food is placed there to Buddha, ain't nobody eat that damn food. Buddha ain't eating that food. He ain't getting up at night. Night at the museum. Getting up, let's eat the food. Come on, man. Y'all gotta know what's going on here. Read.
Be not afraid of them.
Right?
For they cannot do evil.
Why? Why is it be not afraid of them? Because you become afraid. You become afraid of mama telling you, ridiculing you. This is part of what? A man's foe should be there in his own household. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. They can get all this knowledge out. Then you can go through you can get the books, be like, read this, read that. They'll still tell you. A white man can tell them. They still want to do what's in their heart, which is what? I want to celebrate Christmas. I want to celebrate Halloween. I want to celebrate Thanksgiving.
What's wrong with being thankful? Well, look at your menu. Look at the menu on there. You got ham, right? You got ribs. You got all these things that is about the Most High. Why are you keeping what the Most High said was lawful to eat? See, they well, God wants us to be thankful. He wants us to be united. Yes, and according to His Spirit, on His feast day,
He gave you Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, first fruits, the Sabbath, The day, he gave you one every week.
Yeah.
He gave you one every week. Where your ass showing up? You only want to show up because the white man told you what. That's why I told my son the other day, because once again, Uncle came through and, you know, just start showing them pictures and a what? 4th of July, right? The fireworks. Yeah, they're showing them pictures. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, what you do in the front? Because I'm on it. I'm not sleeping. I'm like, what you all talking about in the front of the living room? Because we're in the back room. They came through because they're headed back home. Part of them is headed back home. And I was like, what you talk about? Oh, they were just showing me pictures of fireworks. I said, oh yeah? What you think about that? I said, what did you say? You said, oh, okay. That's how he just responded, like, okay. You know what I mean? And then I had to go in and show him, like, look, what we were doing on that day, right? We were in captivity. We were in slavery. We were being punished. So that independence don't got nothing to do with us. And he's smart. He understands. But come on, man. Who doesn't like fireworks? They're pretty, right? And that's how they try to allure to the kids. If you don't goddamn control of your kids, somebody will. And they will allure them with the colors and the brightness. You know what I mean? That's why it's important to push our holy days. First of all, the Feast of Lights, Christmas took the lights from our feast. Hanukkah, which is the Feast of Lights. We had the light first. They what? Hijacked those and added it with the tree, with the Christmas, with the gifts, right? You see that? And we don't tell them, nobody will. So you got to be on top of really having those one-on-ones with your kids. Like, even though when it's not time, you know, have the one-on-ones. Prepare them for, because I already prepared them for that ahead of time. Look, you're going to get around these people, and they don't believe like us, right? They don't have the truth. So, read on.
Neither also is it in them to do good.
They are not going to do you good. They're not blessing your house, right? You know, you do the Christmas tree. I know it's hard to break a habit, but you feel like, man, I'm not doing Christmas this year. Damn, I'm without. I don't know what I'm going to do. Celebrate the Passover? Show up for the Passover, huh? That's when you want to be like, oh, but you know, it's a lot of money, and I got to travel, and I got to put, you know, I don't know if I'm going to make it. You hypocritical. Israel, every time it comes to the feast days, everybody got something. The unbelievers. But when it comes to the holidays in the world, you show up for what? Family say, come through, we're going to do family reunion. You pop up, show out. Oh, we been joy and everything. It's the feast day. I got to work. I don't think I can't take off of y'all. It becomes y'all. You got to have the same vigor, love, dedication, and commitment you had when you was doing these whack-ass holidays. Because our holidays mean something. So, don't be afraid to put these things down. Don't fear, because the gods of the nations are idols. They're not going to do nothing to you. Go ahead.
Verse 6, for as much as there is none like unto thee.
There's none like the Most High. Go ahead.
O Lord.
Go ahead.
Thou art great, and thy name is great and mighty. Who would not fear thee, O King of nations? For to thee doth it what is that?
Help him out. Appertain.
Appertain. For as much as amongst all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto thee. But they are also brutish and foolish.
See, they're what?
Brutish and foolish.
Brutish means beastly. These cats are beasts and animals. And foolish, stupid. Go ahead.
The stock is a doctrine of vanity.
See, the what?
A doctrine of vanity.
The stock is a doctrine of vanity. And that's what they were doing with these groves. Worshiping stocks, worshiping stones, like it says in Deuteronomy, worshiping trees, right? Go ahead.
Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish.
Okay, now it goes in. Y'all can read that, but y'all get the gist of it. He's going down and going into their foolish idol worship.
And even with that idol worship, think about this the Isaiah 66 when it talk about the swine's flesh and the mouse. We know that what did Antiochus Epiphanes do when he came in? He had to sacrifice what? The swine. He put the swine on the altar, right? And the brother Dahawam sent some that goes into why that mouse was in there, because again, what were we doing? There's several gods from various mythologies associated with mice. Apollo, right? In the Greek, Apollo, right? Some called Cynthius, a word for mouse. So Apollo, right? That name in Greek is mouse, right? He was associated with mice as creatures that could bring disease and plague, which Apollo could control. Then there's another one in the Greek. Name was Desponia.
Oh, I heard that one. Yeah.
Right, Desponia is associated with a temple in Laconia where mice were sacred to her. She is often linked with fertility and agricultural deities, which sometimes include creatures like mice.
You worshiping pregnant mice. That's crazy, huh? Hamsters. Go ahead.
And then this one was Ninkilim.
Wow.
In Sumerian mythology, Ninkilim was a goddess associated with fields and crops, and was also the goddess of rodents, including mice.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That got me. That's beautiful. That's crazy. Who's dumb as hell to worship mice? The things we trying to get out of the hood, but.
Well, you look at Elon, you ever seen those temples over there?
Yeah.
In India? Right, they got all them rats just rolling around, and they be sitting on the floor eating their food, and they just move the rat to the side, and they look at those rats and sacred.
Yeah, that's crazy. Go to Jeremiah 2:27. Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 27.
Go ahead.
Saying to a stock.
Saying to a stock, to these trees, to these stumps. Go ahead.
Thou art my father, and to a stone that has brought me forth.
Right, you see? And that's what they worship. Thou hast brought me forth. That's your daddy, a stock, a stone. Go ahead.
For they have turned their back unto me, and not their face. But in the time of the trouble, they will say, arise and save us.
Right, and that's, going back to Kings, that's what's going to happen. Right? Israel's going to cry unto the Most High. So we gotta take confidence and understand, man. We cannot let these false holidays be a hook in us. We give a damn, bro. The scripture says, train a child in the way he shall go. Start now. Don't let family and friends manipulate your kids. What's up? What you got?
What, Isaiah 66?
We're good with that. I think we brought out that point in there. All right, let's jump back.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 11.
And
there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathen whom the Most High carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke the Lord to anger.
That's you? Okay. Where you stop at?
Verse 11.
You stopped at verse 11. Oh, Bakar, that's you, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were fine, my bad.
Hakawa, Sabbath, S.O.W, Yahweh, Bon Yashal.
Hakawa, Sabbath, S.O.W, Yahweh, Bon Yashal. Right?
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatam.
Oh, the groves. Huh? Yeah, your verse, you're 5, right? 17 and 12 down to 32.
Second Kings chapter 17 and verse 12. For they served idols, whereof the Lord said unto them, Ye shall not do this thing.
What happened? What you trying to do? No.
Verse 13. Yet the Lord testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by the seers, saying, Turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by your servants, the prophets. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their necks, like to the neck of their father, that did not believe in the Lord their God. Verse 15. And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them.
We got to remember what makes you vain. Following vain things. Like, what makes your mind come this thought process of vanity? Because that's what you lived in. You lived in vanity, so your thinking becomes vanity. Right? So we got to watch what we entertain. That's what it's showing us here. This is the repercussions of entertaining things that have no being, no essence, no truth. It's vanity. You will become vanity. Go ahead.
Concerning whom the Lord had charged them, that they should not do like them. Verse 16. And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and a grove, and made a grove, and worship all the host of heaven.
It's no difference now. This is why we keep reminding everybody about you get into the zodiac. Watch that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the reading of the books, not just, I know him for that, but I'm talking about you get into the books, you start trying to align yourself with what you think, we match. You start worshiping the sun, the moon, the stars, the Most High's not with it. Why you laugh? That's how Israel do, man. We match. We don't match up. It's not true, y'all. Like I do it because I maybe know a lot of the same persons. You might, but as far as that, you gotta even stay away from it. Stay away from the books. Stay away from we match up, because you are not who you are, right? Explained in that book. You're a different person in the spirit of the Most High. Well, this sign, they're what do they say about Geminis? The two-face. Nah, not every Gemini is two-faced. It don't work like that. You know what I mean? They have this broad negative look, instead of saying, nah, you let a man show his works of what he is. You see that? So that's the stars. But we just said,
I was gonna say it's this new thing they got going on now, where it's like you can have 3 different signs. So
it's not new. It's old. You have your moon sign.
Yeah, like your moon sign and your sun sign. I'm like, what the heck is all this?
But that's the witchcraft. That's worship has been around for a long time. So the sun, the moon, the stars, all that. Go ahead.
And worship all the host of heaven, and serve by all.
Right.
Verse 17. and they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire.
Right, there you go. They what?
They caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire.
See? Child sacrifice. They were literally killing their kids. Well, I'm not killing my kid. Yeah, you are. Every time you give your children over to to not being, watch. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 30. I'm gonna show you. And I know we gotta get a kids class going. I know we gotta go to the Ecclesiastes 30. No, left alone. It is it 8? Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And horse not broken becometh headstrong.
What does that mean? That means that it's giving you an analogy, right? And then what it's saying is that just as you break a horse, if you don't break a horse, it becomes headstrong. You get on that horse and that horse bucks, and then you just get thrown off like a silly woman, right? That horse really won't let you get on it, right? They keep throwing you off, bro. I see one horse out. The brother got on it. He went real fast. Stop, just to throw him off. The brother flipping over is like, bro, that's how horses are. So you got to get on that horse and you got to ride him bareback. I can grab him. Like Gad. Ride that boy bareback, put him in order, they be like, damn, okay, I'm gonna do what you're gonna say. That's the child. A child, if you don't break that mind state, I keep saying it. My son turned 1, he's the king of the castle, right? He's being served milk a la carte at every turn, right? Everybody, you got all these grown-ups around him. Yes, my lord. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need, right? He's like, now he thinks everything he gets, he deserves, right? This is what he's born into. So you got to steer that away from him. If you don't do that, then what happens? He's right now, he does I'll fall on the floor, I'll scream, and we got to wean him off of that to remind him, look, you're not the king of the castle, all right? Don't do that. But parents leave him. Why? Well, what does it say here? Read on.
And a child left to himself.
A what?
A child left to himself.
Why are your kids out of order?
A child left to himself.
Oh, go get on the iPad. Leave me alone.
A child left to himself.
Go check out that pornography. Leave me alone.
A child left to himself.
And that's where the hell he's going to go. Because you don't spend time with him. So our attention level is on a whole nother level when it comes to the kids. Because if not, if I let him do that and we don't correct him, he won't understand that life ain't like that. Right? Now, granted, you're like, well, how did it happen? It happened because that's what you do to kids when they're babies. You serve them. Right? You're there for them. So it naturally happens. But now, if you don't wean him off of that mentality, he would become willful. And when you ain't broke him, he will do anything, she will do anything that their heart desire and come with that American mind state. Like a lot of you have. I'm my own person. How are you going to tell me what to do? I'm my own person. I'm 18 now. They get 18 and you what? Nobody. It's like, oh, you can't accept no wisdom now that you're 18? Now all of a sudden you're free to do stupid stuff? Like, that's the mentality America put us in. Oh, man, when I get 18, I'm moving out. Why? Will something happen in the house that you want to run from? Well, yeah, you want to run from chores. You want to run from being told how to conduct yourself, how to walk, how to talk. That ain't the mind state. And when we don't break that, they end up being us, right? Making the mistakes, not wanting to hear nothing. Nobody can tell you nothing. You're right in your own mind, right? So this is what happens, man, when we leave our kids to these other gods, right? Besides the fear of the Most High. They'll run and they'll destroy themselves. Go ahead, jump back. They become willful. Come on.
And used divination and enchantment,
right?
And sold themselves to do evil,
right?
In the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger,
right?
Verse 18. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight.
Right.
There was none left but the tribe of Judah only.
Okay, so the Most High was angry with Israel and was going to move them out of his sight. His sight was Jerusalem. That's the place of his rest, right? His flower, his plant, his river, right? He told us, right? It runs, everything is about the city. So, and the people, of course. But I'm going to show you that how you can be easily replaced. So they were in the sight of the Most High. We were in the sight of the Most High, and he removed us. Go ahead.
There was none left but the tribe of Judah only.
There was what?
None left but the tribe of Judah only.
Right. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. So the reason why I'm pausing there, so when we read about the Sumerian, when we read down how Israel was moved out of the sight of the Most High, it's telling us we were removed out of the sight of the Most High. That's why when we go to the New Testament, it is said, oh, the Samaritans those weren't Israelites. Why? Because we were removed out of the sight of the Most High. And then we're going to add the other second Ezra's piece in here too. But as we read down, but I wanted to, when I was going over it, I was like, I mean, it's telling us. Go ahead.
Verse 19.
Go ahead.
Also, Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made.
Right.
And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel,
right,
and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight. For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following the Lord.
Right.
And made them sin a great sin.
Like we said, that was in the 11th chapter, 1 Kings 11. Go ahead.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them, until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants, the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day.
Right, unto Assyria unto this day. So the Most High was going to remove them out of their land to Assyria. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 24.
All right, well, let's go there. Now let's go to 2nd Esdras. So Ezra adds another piece in here. Right? So what period, what date was this? Who knows the date? What's the date?
721 BC.
721, 722 BC, right? We say approximately around there. 722 BC, all right? So this is when that happened. Israel is no longer in their land, right? And what happens? Eventually, okay? Because we know the Most High is still going to punish us. But down the road, what happens? 2nd Ezra 13 and what? Count what? 2nd Ezra 13 and what? 722 BC. And we're going to go to 2nd Ezra 13. And let's go to 2nd Ezra 13 and start at you said 13 and 4?
40.
Oh, 13 and 40. No. 13 and... start at verse 30, you start at 39.
Come.
Go ahead.
2 Ezra chapter 13, verse 39.
Yeah, because if I start up, it's going to go into how we got to this point, which was Ezra prophesying of the last days. What's going to happen. But in the middle of him prophesying about the last days, he reiterates historical content and lets us know about the 9 tribes, the 9.5 tribes, right? Go ahead.
2 Ezra chapter 13, verse 39.
Go ahead.
And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him.
Right. Now, if you read the Bible, Revelation, the 7th chapter, speaks of these same people. He said, and behold, I seen another multitude of no man can number, out of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Right? That was the prophecy that we would be scattered through all nations, kindreds, and tongues. So this goes right with Revelation, the 7th chapter. All right, go ahead.
Come, verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes.
Right. Now, once again, why we say 9, 9.5, or 10? Because Levi was mingled among all the tribes. So Levi was there among the 9, which makes them 10. Go ahead.
Which were carried away prisoners out of their own land.
Right.
In the time of O.C. the king.
Right. This is, remember, that's just Greek. It's talking about Hosea the king, which we're reading in 2 Kings 17. Go ahead.
Whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive.
Right. Now we're reading that point that he led them captive to Assyria. But there's something in here that's added. Right. Go ahead.
And he carried them over the water.
Right.
And so came they into another land.
Okay, came they into another land. So here's where a lot of discrepancies are. As the more and more you study, they're like, well, that was in the Middle East. Well, how do we know it's not in the Middle East? Before we even move on, I know it's going to go into a little bit, but how do we know it wasn't the Middle East? Like they were carried away. Yeah, they were carried down the block. They were in Asia Minor. How do we know it wasn't that? According to the Bible, what you know in the Bible, how do we know it could not have just been narrowed down to the Middle East? Anybody? 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 Come on, man. How? The question is, how do we know that when it says they were carried away into another land, that we know Assyria, right? We know Assyria was the land at that time, right? I guess I'm jumping. I'm jumping ahead. Let me not jump ahead. I know that's what you were thinking, right? You're jumping ahead. All right, let me not jump ahead. I'll read down a little bit and then ask the question again. Go ahead.
Come, verse 41. But they took this counsel amongst themselves,
right?
That they would leave the multitude of the heathen.
Okay, so this is what's happening. We're in Assyria. We're serving captivity. But in their mind, they were going to do what?
Leave the multitude of the heathen.
Right. You see how when we go back to Kings, it doesn't add this extra part. It's just reminding us of what happened. We went into captivity and slavery. We were being punished by the Most High, right? But Ezra has added this part to remind us that how the 9 or the 10 tribes got over here to America. Okay? Go ahead.
And go forth into a further country.
Right.
Where never mankind dwelt.
Okay, I guess it's given away, right? We gave it up? How do we know it wasn't in Mesopotamia only? Go ahead, say it.
God. So it says it down here. It's another country. It's America.
Oh, Kyle, go ahead.
I mean, it just said it was where no man inhabited, no man dwelt.
There you go. So if it was just Asia Minor, we everybody knew there was civilization there. Everybody know there was people living in these lands. Now, I'm bringing this point out. You might not get it yet, but you got some brothers that say, you got some people that say, oh, they never left that hemisphere. They're still there. But if that was the case, then where is man never dwelt? Because the man dwelt there. Man, I don't got let's pull up a map of the Middle East. I do got a map here. Jesus walked. Let's go here to Canaan, right? Where? They went to Syria. They went out. They went east to Moab. Or they went further east, right? To Jordan. They went down south to Saudi Arabia. So where did they go? Well, they went to Africa. We knew Africa was there, right? That was called Libya, right? So where was it? Well, the Bible is telling us it was somewhere where nobody inhabited. So that's one key. All right, so I guess that was the easy one. That was the easy one. I'm still going to ask my question because I still don't think y'all got it. All right, so that's one giveaway. It could have not just been through the Middle East. All right, because then you're going to be asked that. Oh, no, the Israelites are all dark-skinned people. Right? They're all dark-skinned people. Right? And they're still there in the Middle East. Well, then who the hell are we then? Who are you then? See, that's what brothers do, not even thinking what they're saying. How does that make sense, Hawk? Then who the hell are you? Because you over here in America. So that don't apply to you? Right? You ain't in Jerusalem. If you say, well, I'm of the tribe of Judah, but you ain't in Jerusalem. So, you see, go ahead, read on.
Verse 42, that they might there keep their statutes.
Right, so for some reason our little pea brains, okay, let me edify according to the scriptures. The scripture says we followed vanity. Where did our brain go? How are you not going to serve the commandments in the land of the Lord, but you're going to go to another land? This is the thinking of us. This is the thinking of Negroes and Hispanics and Native Americans. We're not going to serve it in the land of the Lord, the land flowing with milk and honey. The Most High set up for us. Our brains is telling us, man, we can do it over here in this other land we don't know. The Bible is telling us our brains were full of vanity. It's showing us our thinking was wrong. But it was just another setup because the way we were thinking was just it's like our people do in the world. Oh man, I'm gonna get this come up. Woo, ain't nobody gonna stop me. And that leads you into a bigger ditch. Oh man, she's like, man, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get me a dummy. You know what? I'm gonna throw on the makeup, I'm gonna throw on the fake boob, fake this, fake that. And I'm gonna cop me a basketball player. You get the basketball player and he's beating your head in. He's sleeping around with anybody in area anyway. Right? Vanity. You serve vanity. And that's what we're doing. We're thinking we're going to escape the will of the Father and go somewhere else. You know what I mean? In the Most High, there's no escape. You see? Oh man, I don't got to be around brothers. What you're escaping is somebody telling you what to do. But when you don't have that, then what do you have? Punishment. If you don't want to hear your brother, then you got punishment. You can close your ears all you want. I'm not listening to you right now. Then you're back in darkness and nobody's telling you your faults. You see that? So vanity. And that's where our mind goes with this. Vanity, vain. It was stupid for us to think we could run across the world and run from our power. So that's what we're reading. How the 9.5, how these tribes got over here to America. That's what we're reading. Right.
you have to say, I like the way we're doing it. We started off by showing the history of the Bible, right? Because without the history of the Bible, America teaches you that the Native Americans, how did they get here? The Bering Strait.
Right.
They walked across some kind of iceberg.
Right.
That can't even happen. Like if you look at the distance between Russia and what is it, Alaska, there was no icebergs that could have been there, just melted away, right? And then the history shows that when you go through South America, Mexico, Central America, that's the oldest archaeology found in the Western Hemisphere, in this part of this earth where no man dwelt, where no other nations dwelt, where there wasn't no Hamites, there wasn't no Moabites, there wasn't no other nation. So this part of history shows how the Native Americans got here. Because anything else would be just theory.
Right.
This is history.
This is our history. So whether they want to believe it or not, this is what the Most High told us. Right? All right, go ahead, read on.
God. Verse 42, second precept.
Right.
Which they never kept in their own land.
Go ahead.
And they entered into Euphrates.
They enter into the Euphrates. So, you know what? I should have got a map of this. They enter into the Euphrates. Go ahead.
By the narrow passage of the river.
Right. Does anybody got a good map? What's that? Oh, 181 in here? Okay, in the map book. 181. Right, for y'all that got y'all, there you go. For that, y'all that got y'all map book, right? You're coming. Remember, I don't know, you brothers could see that. I'm just trying. But Mesopotamia, we already here, right? So the narrow passage, you see how narrow Euphrates is. And then you got over here, you got the Assyrian Empire. You got Media down here. You got Persia. And going back is where Canaan is. So remember, we were going to go somewhere that wasn't where we're at, right? What are we going down the Euphrates for? To go to Persia? That's the far country? We know about Persia, right? We were going to get punished by them, right? Then you got the Arabian desert. I wish we had a bigger map, man. This sucks. But y'all get it that if you look at your little map or if you find one online, you can see like what the Most High was doing. He wasn't just shipping us across the lake, you know what I mean, or over here to by the Caspian Sea. He wasn't doing that. He was going to do what? Far country, right? And how far? Read on.
Come, verse 44.
Go ahead.
For the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood.
So we had to go through the narrow passages to wherever we were going. When you look down, do we got a like modern map? We need a modern map. But when you go down the Euphrates, I think it goes into the Great Sea, the Gulf. The Gulf. Yeah, I'm bad with maps. I wish. Yeah, you got another map book. All right. When you go down, it goes to where? The Persian Gulf. And then to the Indian Ocean. Or that seems more logical to hold back the, what did it say?
And you want me to read the verse?
The verse.
And held still the flood.
Right. So just think about it. If we're gonna go to the prophecy now, let me ask my question again. How do we know it had to be somewhere where we weren't across the world? How we know? What you got?
Well, the next verse tells you how long it took to get from point A to
No. Before that, you're right though. Now you be smart. Go ahead.
because it's somewhere that nobody ever been before. So it has to be fresh somewhere nowhere.
We said that.
Yeah.
We said that.
Well, that's one. Yeah.
Because Deuteronomy said we would be divided into where? All the kingdoms of the earth. At this time, right? There's more kingdoms than what's going on in Mesopotamia. We had to go somewhere where nobody was, where these kingdoms were going to come and be. It had to be in a whole nother place throughout the world. When he gathers us, it was going to be gathering us from all nations of the earth. So it had to be somewhere further than what was the known world at that time. Y'all get that? So, and we can find that scripture in Deuteronomy. All right, go ahead, read that.
Till they were passed over.
Right?
Verse 45. For though that land there was a great way to go.
Yeah.
Namely, of a year and a half.
Right?
And the same region is called
Ashtoreth.
Ashtoreth.
Right. Now, a year and a half. So you're trying to tell me you're going to take me a year and a half to get to where in the and I wish I had something. What you got?
What's the country? India. Like, that'll take you a year and a half to be.
Right. So where are we at? So we come down the Gulf to the Indian Sea. I'm sorry, Arabian Sea. So it's going to take us a year and a half to get to India? Or a year and a half to go to Africa? We were already there. The land of Canaan. So, I mean, if you look at these maps, which these suck. Yeah. Was it China? Right? Where no man dwelt. Well, China had a what? Thriving civilization. So what was it? What was it that where do we have to go? And unless you're a scholar, man, that has, you can prove detailed trip for this year and a half. All we have is the Bible. All we can go by is what the scriptures has told us. So I'm going to go what the Bible says. Another land where no man dwelt. Then you have another thing. When the Native Americans were here, the 9.5 was over here. They were the only ones here till when? Right? As they come up. Hold on a second. You said what? Yeah, because they come up the way Israel travels through the Euphrates. You said to the what was it, the Arabian Sea, but these ain't it. They come around. When you look at how Israel comes around through the Arabian Sea, right? No, but I'm talking about when you come up to America, right, and you start getting along the coast. What do you see? Droplets of our inhabitants as we come up, right? You go through the islands, and then you have what? You have the so-called Spanish-speaking tribes, right, coming up. So, I mean, if you look at a map, which I should have had prepared, you can see that we inhabited, as we came through the Indian Ocean. Keep mixing that up with the Atlantic, I don't know why. But you came through the Indian Ocean, and you start coming up on the coast of North America, what do you see? Damn Spanish-speaking tribes. You see the islanders. You see the Arawak, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, right? You see these inhabitants that was inhabited by us, and all the way to what? Till you get to North America, and then there, who's there? The Native Americans, right? The North American Indians. So, I'm gonna say it again. Y'all have to study. We had to study. We had to look at it, sit down. You might think this is a small thing. Yeah, I get it. We're Israel over here. But no, how many brothers is trying to disprove that these people are here are not the children of Israel? So you gotta have the intellect, the research to be able to say, wait a minute, I don't see no other way. Then you go to Deuteronomy and it tells us about the characteristics of the tribes. So, like I said, don't take it for a small thing. Salak on the maps. I wish we could show y'all. We got to get it together on the maps, on the real. But you have to look at it yourself to see who these people are. All right, go ahead. Read on.
Verse 46.
Go ahead.
Then dwell they there until the latter time.
And they would be there till when?
Until the latter time.
Okay, what's the latter time? Okay. Go to Amos in the land where it was said, or is that Hosea? Hosea, excuse me. Go to Hosea 1. Because they're trying to disprove that the Native Americans, right? Now, when you say Native Americans, that means anybody that calls themselves Indians, that they're Israelites. Oh, they're not the Israelites. Yeah, we are. We know because the scriptures only point to that. All right, Salah. All right, read that out. Where you at?
It's the book of Hosea, chapter 1 and verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea.
Go ahead.
Which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people.
Right.
There it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God.
Where's that at? They're told you're looked at as heathens and Gentiles. All the way up to this day, a lot of people don't believe you're the children of Israel. Even some so-called Israelites. A lot of them are turning, but still, there's a lot of them that be like, nah, you're not Israelite. So this is an important part of history, us getting over here to America through the prophecy that the Most High said. And this little piece that Ezra's laid in here for us. You know how many historians or how many of these white people that use this as a reference, right? James Adair, right? The Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. All the books we got, they all refer to 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter. So, when they came over here and they looked at us, they seen us move, they attributed us to be the children of Israel based on the customs and the things we did. So that all goes together. And I'm not going to go over all these books now, but for you new people, this is how we know. History, archaeology, most of all the Bible. Right? They call it ethnology. Right? The study of people and their migration. Right? I think it's ethnology. We can check that too. But read on.
Done. And now, when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again.
Go ahead. Right. So now he's talking about us returning. But Ashtoreth is called, that word means what? Ashtoreth. That means what? What?
In Hebrew, it means another land.
Another land. Right? Not where we were, but Ashtoreth means another land. So we were going to end up in another land outside of where we were, right? Some place that would take us a year and a half to travel. Y'all get this? Okay, and then we can go over the tribes and the books and the lost tribes and promised lands and these other books that we got. We can go over that some other time. All right, go ahead. And I'm just saying that for Shariah, for Kamante, yeah. I know all y'all got that. I got this. Mikey, you might need that, the books, the references, because this is a vital point. You got to be able to prove that. All right, yeah.
Did you still want the verse in Deuteronomy about them being scattered?
Yeah, where's that at?
Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 26.
Go ahead.
I said, I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
Right. There's another one. It says all kingdoms of the earth, but there's a few of them. The Most High said he would scatter us to where?
Scatter them into corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
And where is the remembrance cease? Here in North America, your remembrance has ceased. You never thought in the world anything about an Israelite or a Jew. You're like, brother, Jews are these people walking around with black clothes on, right? They were burnt up in ovens, right? You never thought you was an Israelite. You're like, the Israelis are over there in the land of Israel. What the hell are you then? Your hairstyle? Afro-American? Huh? So, y'all get this, right? And then we'll go over it in detail, like with the other books to add to it, dealing with the 9.5 tribes. All right? You said what?
It's so much, because I was watching on TikTok, this sister, she was searching some of her heritage, and she's from the tribe of Reuben.
Okay.
And she was going into what she was talking to her father, and she was researching some of that. And they were saying that there was like two separate clans of the Reubenites, of the Cherokees.
Right.
And they said that one group worshiped the sun, moon, and the stars, and the other group worshiped the Father. They said it was like an off dialect of the Hebrew. I forgot the way that they said the Most High's name. It was like kind of like Yahweh.
Yeah.
In a different tongue.
It was like the Yahuwah version.
Come.
You know, for real. Because when you go into the Unish in Abba, the Native American book I got, it goes into all the native tribes. But it just like the other books, it talks about what they were singing in. And it says, they were singing like that. Yahweh. It's crazy. Or they say a different version of it. But it was the Most High. But yeah, what you got?
Instead of all kingdoms of the earth.
Go ahead.
This is Jeremiah chapter 29 and verse 18. And I will persecute them with the sword, with the famine, and with the pestilence, and will deliver them to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth.
There you go.
To be a curse and an astonishment.
29 and 18? Go ahead.
And an hissing and a reproach.
Right.
Among all the nations whither I have driven them.
Right. And all kingdoms of the earth. So it wasn't just the kingdoms during that time. It was everywhere. So, yeah. What's up?
I got it in Deuteronomy.
What is it?
Deuteronomy 4 and verse 27.
Go ahead.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whether the Lord shall leave you.
There you go. Right. And we know there's a lot more than that. There's a lot more than that. We can go at that all day. All right. Let's jump back. So that's why Esdras fits in the 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. All right. Write it down. Note it. Like you're gonna in the future, you're gonna come back with that. I know you're gonna ask for us to go over it again, but that's why I didn't want to just ramble on and run through it, because this was an important time in 2 Kings. All right. So let's jump back to 2 Kings 7 chapter 17. Let's finish it up.
God, verse 24.
Go ahead.
And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon.
So we're in Assyria at the time, right? In captivity, and they did what?
Men from Babylon.
So they took men from Babylon, read.
And from Kuta. And from Ava.
Right.
And from Hamath.
Right.
And from
Sepharvaim.
And placed them in the cities of Samaria.
So this right here is an important time. Because if you don't know this, you won't know where this whole genre of Ethiopian Jewish people came from. Because they're not Jews either. Just because they're black, that doesn't mean they're the Jews. This right here is how, you know, the Haile Selassie, right? Sephardic Jews? I don't think they're Sephardic Jews. No. The Falasha Jews. Yeah. It's all good. But y'all see that, right? That this time, so who's the Babylonians? Let's bring it up to date. Who are they modern? Who are the modern day Babylonians? Huh? No. See? Who are the modern day Babylonians? Yeah. It would be Ethiopians. You see? So what did he do? He went and brought these Ethiopians, these Cushites, right, into our land. That's why you got I actually got the Bible. It's an Old Testament version. It's an Ethiopian copy of the Old Testament. It's supposed to be one of the oldest testaments created, right? Yeah, by the Ethiopians. Because what did they do? They went into our land, and what else?
Of Samaria. Instead of the children of Israel.
Read.
And they possessed Samaria.
Right.
And dwelt in the cities thereof.
Right.
And so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there.
I'm going to say it again. This is why Christ said what? Go to Matthew's 10 verse 5. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 10 verse 5. These 12 Yahweh I sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles.
Of the other nations. This is literal other nations. What Gentiles are these? Are these Israelite Gentiles or the other nations? The other nations. Go ahead.
And into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not.
Don't go to the land of the Samaritans. Why? There wasn't our people there. There wasn't our people. And yes, there was, through time, some of our people probably made it back in the area, no doubt. You can't discount that. Like, some of our people probably make it back in the area because we're scattered through the four corners of the earth. But as in a whole, that wasn't our land. They were taken out of that land. Why? Because it says the 9 did what? They went to another land. So it wasn't, the 9.5 weren't there. Right? Go ahead.
But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Don't go to the land of Samaria. Why? Jump back to Kings. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there that they feared not the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them and slew some of them.
Right.
Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of the God of the land. Therefore he hath sent lions among them, and behold, they slay them, because they knew not the manner of the God of the land.
So you put these heathens over there in the land and try to have them do the priest service and control this land. Why do you think Israel right now, there would be no peace in the Middle East? Because like it says in Isaiah 2, until the children of Israel enter back in the land, there's not going to be no peace in the Middle East. There's not going to be no peace in our land. Go ahead.
Verse 27. Then the king of Assyria commanded, saying, carry thither one of the priests whom ye brought from thence, and let them go and dwell there, and let him teach them the manner of the Most High of the land.
Right.
Then one of the priests whom had carried away Samaria came and dwelt in Bethel, and taught them how they should fear the Lord. Verse 29. Howbeit, every nation made gods of their own.
You see that, right? So they went back and got a Levite priest to teach the Ethiopians how to serve the Most High. This is double insanity, right? And they started mingling what they were doing for the Most High to the other gods too. Now you got a mingling of the priesthood, right? You got part you serving the Most High, sacrificing to the Most High, but in the name of this God and the name of that God. The Most High wasn't going to be with that. Yeah.
Slack, what verse was that?
Verse 28.
Yeah, 29.
29. Go ahead.
Verse 29. Howbeit, every nation made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of the high places.
That's why the Most High sent them there. They over there on the Shabbat, partying it up, and Hamas come through and what? Chopped them up. They came through. That thing that they were doing was on the Sabbath. They over there partying on the Sabbath in the Holy Land, and what? Hamas came through, and that's when they terrorized them, blew up, they killed killing babies and all that. Right, because there's not going to be peace until we get back in our land. Go ahead.
Which the Samaritans had made.
Right.
Every nation in their cities, wherein they dwelt.
Check that out. Read.
And the men of Babylon made Succoth Benoth. And the men of Cuth made Nergal. And the men of Hamath made Ashamah. Verse 30. And the Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak. And the Sepharvites.
What are these gods? These are other gods of the nations. Double check that. Go ahead.
And the Sepharvites burnt their children in fire.
I mean, that was no different what Israel was doing. You know what I mean? But they went in and what? That idol worship, you got to burn your kids. You got to kill your kids. Now, why do you think the Most High sent the white man to America? Because the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas, the Toltecs, the Olmecs, they were doing what? Human sacrifice. So don't act like we were righteous over here in America. We ran and we still were disobedient to the Most High. Just like today. Same thing, right? Go ahead.
Their children in fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. So they feared the Lord,
right,
and made unto themselves of the lowest of them priests,
right,
of the high places.
Right. You weren't even gonna try to fake it. You were. I mean, at this point, what's the point? They're not priests as it is, but you're gonna get the lowest of men, right? The scoundrels. Right, to be the priests of the Most High. Right, remember, this is the Ethiopians, right? This is these Cushites. They're going to get the scoundrels to be priests. Go ahead.
Which sacrifice for them in the houses of high places. They feared the Lord and served their own gods.
Check this out. Does that even make sense? They feared the Most High and served their own gods. That's confusion, man. But that's how these people do. They what? I believe in God, I love God, but I'm what? I still burn my sage. Ain't nothing wrong with sage. Right? Wait a minute. What God are you removing the spirits? The sage God? Or you having the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob move it? Oh, I believe in God, but I'm going to bring Nimrod in my house. Oh, I believe in God, but you know, you can dress like a witch. A naked witch at that. right? It's like, wait a minute, but I thought you believe in God. And you have churches that do what? They set their church up for Christmas. They set their church up for Halloween. They set your church up for Thanksgiving. Right? Go ahead. What? Oh, that was it? That was it for him? Is you?
That was it. You read 32?
Okay. Verse 2 Kings 17 verse 2 Kings chapter 17 verse 33. They feared the Most High and served their own gods, after the manner of the nations whom they carried away from thence. Unto this day they do after the former matters. They fear not the Most High, neither do they after their statutes, go after their ordinances, or after the law and commandment which the Most High commanded the children of Jacob, whom he named Yasharah. Verse 25. With whom the Most High had made a covenant and charged them, saying, Ye shall not fear other gods, nor bow yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them, but the Most High, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt with great power and a stretched out arm, him shall ye fear, and him shall ye worship, and to him shall ye do sacrifice. And the statutes and the ordinances and the law and the commandment which he wrote for you, ye shall observe to do forevermore, and ye shall not fear other gods. Verse 38. And the covenant that I made, and the covenant that I have made with you, ye shall not forget, neither shall ye fear other gods.
We're going to get into that too. The new covenant. We're going to go refresh over that when we get a chance, because I guess that's a new thing now. Like, yeah, we got to refresh on that, I should say, because everything has their cycles coming back around about the new covenant. You know what I mean? So the covenant was with us. The new covenant was with us. So go ahead. Right.
Verse 39. But the Most High your power ye shall fear, and he shall deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. Howbeit they did not hearken.
Right.
But they did after their former manner. So these nations feared the Most High, and served their graven images, both their children and their children's children, as did their fathers.
Why is that important? Like, two things are going on in here. He's letting us know what they did and what we did, right? He's letting us know what these Ethiopian people did in our land. He's letting us know what we were doing as well. But what was this showing us? What was this showing us? Anybody? Anybody thinking? Everybody's. Go ahead. What was it showing us? I mean, say it. You're not going to be wrong. Drop the precept there. Let me wake you up. The heat is that boy. That this heat will put you to sleep. What? Second Ezra. Hey, but listen, we already know what your Hebrew name is. We just go put it Ezra, Nah, go ahead.
Second Ezra, chapter 1 and verse 24. What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? Thou Judah, wouldest not obey me? I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name, that they may keep my statutes.
Ugh. That's a good one. I can't even front. That's a beautiful one. Because what did they do? And the Most High gave them the word. And this is what people don't understand. Well, does the nations have the Bible? Yeah. You act like they ain't been teaching, the Bible ain't through all these churches. Now, you're saying they didn't get the truth. They're getting the truth. The Most High said he sent his apostles last. So all that got to come out, the 50 religions, right? The 50,000 religions, and the Most High sent forth his apostles last. So it was set up like this. But they've had the Bible. And they knew what it would take for them to come back and really serve the Father. So if you're talking about, we get in these conversations, well, are y'all teaching everybody? No. Why? Because they already had it. Guess who's still walking around like the damn caveman? You. You still walking around calling yourself Afro-American and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. But they have the Bible in the churches and never told you what? You're the chosen. You're God's chosen people. And guess what? If you really want to get technical, who are they waiting on anyway? They waiting on you anyway. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Don't look here, don't look there. The kingdom of heaven is in you. So literally, the white man and all the nations, they're waiting for you to get it together. So if we just do what we were supposed to do, which is what? Teach the sons of the Most High, we can get the earth to this point where everybody's looking to. Because all nations, they're praying to. Our Father, which are in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Right? They're praying it too. And you know what they're saying? Black man, get it together. You sons of God, get it together. You border jumpers and burrito eaters, get it together. Right? I always go in on Judah. I gotta go in the 9.5. You damn Navajo taco eating, right? Get it together. And the Most High is talking to all of us. We gotta get it together, right? They're waiting on us. So what you got?
Deuteronomy 32:21.
Right.
What was it supposed to make us? This was supposed to anger us.
Right.
Well, I mean, when you see the so-called Jew walking around, and you know they got their communities in order.
Right. He asked it the other day. He said, do they get blessed with the Bible? I'm like, look at their communities. Yeah, I don't see one Jew. No, I'm talking about the ones that really serve and trying to serve. One of them with their pants off their butt. I don't see one of them. I don't see one with a cigarette in his ear. You know what I mean? Talk about, like this Lucia. You don't see that. Because they're using our Bible. It's working for them to some extent. Got to be careful with that. To some extent. Right? Go ahead.
But it was the fact that it's working is supposed to be, do this, read.
Yeah.
Look at Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 21. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not the Most High. They have provoked me to anger.
Meaning what? The Father gave us remember, the contract was given to who?
Israel.
To Israel. And the first stipulation was what? Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Mm-hmm.
But we're reading historically why you called yourself Afro-American. Because you served everything else but the Most High. You broke that part, right? And we don't watch.
They have provoked me to anger with their vanity.
Right, that free will, if that's the word you want to use, that free will where you chose, it said if thou didn't hearken diligently to observe and to do, we didn't do it. So this now puts forth that second part of that contract. Deuteronomy 28:15 all the way down. Right? All these curses will be upon thee and overtake thee, right? Go ahead.
And I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger.
Because your heritage, everybody else knows their heritage, everybody else's oppression is respected and taught. Right? They don't just get the shortest month of the year mingled with the LGBTQ now. They gave you Black History Month along with Pride Month. How disrespectful can they get? But see, when it's remember the Holocaust, you know who Anne Frank is, right?
Yeah.
You had to read that book.
Segments.
Yeah.
They're doing damn segments of Jews that are still born and telling their stories. Come on, man.
And don't you dare speak out against them because now
you're anti-Semitic.
You're going to get a federal crime, a federal hate crime.
Yep.
But how much hate have we seen openly? The whole culture of America is a hate toward the Black and Hispanic men.
Thank you. They're still trying to kick Issachar out. on the border. They're still trying, not only Issachar, because a lot of brothers is coming from Guatemala. A lot of brothers is coming from, where else? Cuba? Venezuela?
They're pushing this narrative now with the Venezuela gangs as if there was never been gangs before.
Oh, man, I seen a segment the other day in on the news where it was 3 immigrants across the country, and they went to each one. This one murdered this girl, this one shot this person, and they just painted this narrative that our people, all the immigrants are coming over here just to take over your jobs and kill the little white women.
Because America was a peaceful society before the Hispanics came in.
Right.
But didn't they say that about us? Go back to Africa.
Yeah.
So
until you jumped on the bandwagon and start riding the Esau, the white man train, and start shaving your top lip and acting like the white man. Then it was like, what? It's your country. You know what I mean? That's how our people be. And I'm not only talking about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. I'm talking about Gad too. There's a lot of our Gadite brothers, man. They be on these res, bro, moving like Edomites. There be a lot of them that sold out their own people.
What's your blood count?
Like a lot of res money don't go into the res. You know what I mean? Reservations. Yeah, a lot of res money don't go into the res. Why? Because there's a lot of Edomites over there, $5 Indians, mixed with our people, and our people sold out. I was watching something the other day on Gad. You know how much murder, how much women disappear from the res? Like nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that because they can care less. Yeah.
Because like even with Gad, because I've been paying attention to that. Because they fight within themselves. What is it? Like the quantum blood count or something like that.
Yeah.
To see how much native you are. Air quotations.
That's funny. L'Oreal was just telling me that her daughter couldn't get full scholarship because she's not full
native.
Yeah, I forgot what native they are.
Yeah, because her dad is Judah.
Her dad's Judah. Yeah.
Yeah, because they
Pueblo. Yeah, they Pueblo Indians.
And that's pretty much what Gad fights over. You know, you're not real native because you're not part of the res, or like because like your mom dated out or went outside of the nation.
But see, God, yeah, it goes into so much. Just on that thing, when you think about the Israelis over there, how they don't let you marry, and you can't have land over there if you're foreign in Israel. Like you can't go over there and like you marry an Israeli woman and then go over there, you still not part of that land. You're still not part of that country. They really knew how to separate it. But our people, man, we just keep dividing.
But that's what was supposed to provoke us to jealousy because, I mean, technically they're doing what the book says too. We wasn't supposed to give our sons or our daughters to these other nations. And what are they doing? They're benefiting from it because they have a country. Where's your country at?
Yeah.
Where's your nation at?
I'm from down south, I'm from Texas.
Right.
I'm from VA.
I'm from Brooklyn.
You die over there in a city that ain't even yours. Yeah.
I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in mine anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell.
It said, I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. These are not the people that the Most High chose, but these are the people that were being used to what? Provoke us to come back. Drop the gods of the nations.
Yeah.
Come back to your power. Right? The power that led your ancestors, our ancestors, out of Egypt. Right? With a stretched, I would say, with a stretched out arm. But that was it.
That's beautiful. Yeah, because that goes right with what you were saying. Like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and raise up Alexander the Great. It said Alexander came to the gates and they opened up the gates to him because he knew he was the new guy, right? And the priest knew that Alexander the Great, it was given to him to rule. That's how pathetic we done came to be. We're we're pathetic people, man, as a nation, because you know what? We can't even really get together. What's that? Godfrey, the comedian, what's his name?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all see the statement he made? He was on, what's his name show?
Live TV?
No. No, he was on recently, the commentator, man, the basketball one. He was with the old white guy.
You should find that.
Shaq. He was at Shay Shay show. Shay Shay. But he was telling the story about this Chinese cat saying what we all know. We know this all the time. Y'all heard it?
Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah, he was like, you black people, they steal your style, your swag, how you dress, walk, talk. He said, you black people are so creative, but one thing, he said, you don't have unity. It's easy to break your unity. You know what I mean? And that's how it is. We don't got unity. Even after all of this, hey, we Israelites, shalom. The unity ain't to where it needs to be. You know what I mean? So we got to get it together as a nation, man, and really start embodying that, So, all right, come on. Let's get it. Let's finish this up.
I was gonna say too, even the brothers that's in the truth, you got camps that's beefing against camps.
Yeah. Yeah.
All type of stuff going on. So
You got camps beefing the camps. You still got, the problem is you still got that street mentality. They trying to drag old cloth on new garment. I'm going to say it for the new people. Remember, we can only have an effect on what we do. I got to say that. Like, well, why is it like that? I can't go to this camp and that camp and be like, y'all need to stop this. We can only do what? Do what we do and make sure we're trying to be the epitome of brotherhood. You see them? Shalom. Hey, good to see you, brother. You know what I mean? We get involved with brothers. Zion and Ariel are literally in the jungle somewhere. They did a 3-day with these brothers from House of David. You know what I mean? They did a 3-day off the grid survival thing for us. You know what I mean? So they're starving right now for you. Not, you know what I mean? Because they basically living off the land for 3 days to bring it back to us and to show us, like, look, survival skills. But that's what other brothers from other camps, and I'm not trying to say we're the only camp, but what I'm saying is this. Let's do our work and show love, and maybe that's gonna shine bright. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't even like talking about it, how, brothers are just acting like ninjas, Yeah, like a street game, yeah. It's like, that ain't how all Israelites roll. You know what I mean? And that's not the character you're supposed to roll in. So, and I'm saying that because we got new brothers and new sisters, and when you bump into that, and you put your fringes on and you say shalom, and they look at you like, what say you banging? What camp you from? You got to know that brothers haven't been taught right. A lot of them ain't been taught through the love of Israel. It ain't been taught like that to them. So you got to look past that, say shalom, keep it moving, right? All right, come on.
2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign.
Okay, Hezekiah, king of Judah. Because this is another Hezekiah, right? It is, because that's the thing about these kings' name. What page is that? 109? The kings. Because I know that this has got to be... So Hezekiah, king of Judah, right? So Israel, Judah. Okay, so that's after Ahaz. And then you got, I'm just trying to make sure, was there another Hezekiah? No, there wasn't. All right. Was there another one in Judah? No, you got This is Hezekiah of Judah. You got Azariah, but I don't think you got another Hezekiah either. He was the only one. Okay, all right, Hezekiah. Go ahead.
Verse 2. 20 and 5 years old was he when he began to reign.
Why? Because this is one of the good ones. One of the kings that came in and was like, look, we're going to stop all this. Right? Go ahead.
And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem.
That's not a long time. 30 years. That's not a long time. Go ahead.
His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zachariah. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High, according to all that David his father did.
It doesn't matter who's around you. It doesn't matter like what's going on. You can change the tide through your actions. We don't got to deal like everybody else, right? Lot didn't go to Dan Sodom and Gomorrah and talk about, right? Abraham didn't be like, Lot, what you doing over there? Let's get turned up with the gay people. He didn't do that, right? So you don't got to, you don't got to join in. We don't got to join into this. We can stay separate, we can stay right, and we can stay pure. You know what I mean? Peer pressure is for dummies. Peer pressure for dummies. Even in here, there should be nobody peer pressure. It should already be a conscious in you why you do what you do. I always said, if you get peer pressure, bro, sit back, come back to class. I am serious. Like, nobody should be peer pressure. When you get the position, you're supposed to know. When you step up, you're supposed to know that. There ain't no, I'm peer pressure there. Well, you're making me and I don't really want to go. Well, then take the rank off. Let's start all over. Because when you get the position, you were supposed to know what is required of you. There is no peer pressure. You know what I mean? There ain't no peer pressure from you eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, and not eating it. That's supposed to be a willing heart. You know what I mean? Putting your fringes on. It ain't, you know why you gotta drop it like that? Because how many people left the truth and, oh, they made me. Like, really? What do you mean made you? They put a gun to your head? No, the Most High said for women don't wear pants. Nobody making you. Either you're gonna follow the law or not. Right? It's as simple as that. So I'm not gonna let you try to blaspheme. Oh, you know, they told me I had to buy a shirt. No, we're all doing this out at the street speaking. If we're gonna be in unity, this is what we're doing. Like, you don't know the concept of unity? Which one of you went to T-Mobile and wore a damn AT&T shirt? We're not saying you gotta wear that shirt every day. We're just saying, hey, we have an event. And at this event, like a marriage, who comes in there with stripper clothes? Don't answer that. I know nowadays the brides dress like strippers. I get it, but you know my point. you got my point that, like, it's an event. When we have an event, we do what? We dress in unity. That's not saying you have to sleep with your S.O.W. shirt. It's not saying that. So please don't come with that. I've been forced to. You need to stay sitting in the seats till you're ready then. You don't supposed to force to give alms. You don't supposed to wear a damn shirt. You don't supposed to force to be followed anything. It's supposed to be free will. Know that. All right. If I didn't say it, I said it now. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 4. He removed the high places and brake the images and cut down the groves and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made.
Because they started doing what?
Worshiping.
Worshiping the brazen serpent. Like, it wasn't meant to be worship. It's just a sign. And as you notice, that brazen serpent was still around. Remember, he had to hold the serpent up? Yeah. And then they had to look to it? Yeah. It wasn't saying it was the God. It wasn't saying it was Yahweh. Right. That should show you that we had images, but it wasn't that, oh, you can't wear that. No, well, first of all, what does it represent, right? You know, like we said about the rainbow's not wrong, but you won't come in with a rainbow shirt because of what it represents. Tied up in the middle. You won't do that. You just won't do that because you know that that's gay, right? So it's about we had images, we had idols. A snake is not wicked. A snake is not wicked. Like when you look at the caduceus, you know the snake going around the pole they used for medics. That was what David had. They looked to it for what? Healing. Moses. What we're reading, Moses, excuse me. But it wasn't wicked until you start doing what? You know what? Let's bow down to this God. That's the one that took us out of Egypt. That's Israel's problem. You see that? So no, the Nike sign, yes, we know it represented. We represented these different gods. But you don't serve that. You don't worship that. You know what I mean? Man, the damn Fruit of the Loom sign probably on your... It's like something always goes back to some demonic. You find out. Brothers be like, hey, is it wrong to do baby showers? You gotta ask. Why? Because everything we do always comes in. You're like, no, brother, it's not wrong to have charity. Baby shower is a charitable thing that you give to the next sister or brother, you know. But we're checking. We're like, man, I don't want to move like I used to in the world. There's nothing wrong with that. But you start seeing that they started taking all these things and bowing down to them, turning what is good into evil. That's what Israel was doing. Go ahead.
And he removed the high places and break the images and cut down the groves.
Right.
That was one thing that they would have the kings would come up. They would destroy the idols, but they would do what? Leave the groves. Right. And the brothers again sent some more info that connects why a lot of that idolatrous practice was in those groves. Is there anything wrong with having a garden? No. But this is what they were doing. For Diana, the Roman goddess. The Roman goddess Diana, goddess of the hunt.
I like how he's sending it because the Romans historically ain't to the future. We ain't under the Romans yet. We're still under Babylon, or this is Assyria, excuse me. Right? But you can see how their gods never change. It's some variation. Go ahead.
I'm just going to drop two.
Yeah.
It says, Diana, the goddess of the hunt, the moon in nature was often worshipped in sacred groves.
That's the white witches. They believe in nature. That's where the incense come from, right? It's not. That's where it comes from. It's like I'm just taking away spirits. I'm not hurting nobody. Those are white witches, right?
What was the movie that they did back in the days? They was in the forest doing all those witch. If you ever look at whenever they do the witch practices, where they at? What was that movie when they had the camcorder?
Blair Witch Project.
Yeah.
Her sanctuary at Mima, known as the Sacred Grove, is one of the most famous. Then you have the Greeks, like you said. They all there was some variation from these different nations.
Yeah.
So the Greeks also had a god that was worshipped in grove named Artemis. The Greek counterpart, Artemis. There you go. Artemis, the Greek counterpart of Diana. Artemis is also associated with wild places, including groves. She was often worshipped in forest areas. But see now we can see what was the issue. It broke down the idols, but they were still worshiping in these secret places. But what did Hezekiah do? It said he removed the high places and break the images and cut down the grove and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For until those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehustan. Verse 5. He trusted in the Most High power of Israel, so that after him.
Wait, what verse was that?
That was into verse 4.
Was it 18 and 4?
18 and 4. 2 Kings chapter 18 verse 4.
Right. Is that me?
No.
Okay. No, go ahead, keep reading.
2 Kings.
Oh, wait, yeah.
I had a question. Was this the same Hosea from Hosea chapter 1?
No. We're not reading about Hosea, we're reading about Hezekiah. You talk about that.
Hosea. You talking about Hosea?
Yeah, Hosea, yeah.
Hosea is a king, as opposed to Hosea is the prophet.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'll double check. Okay.
Wait a minute. No, about the serpent. It says they burned incense and they called it what? What verse was it? 18, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 5. He trusted in the Most High. He trusted in the Most High power of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor any that was before him. For he clave to the Most High, and departed not from following him, but kept his commandments, which the Most High commanded Moses. Verse 7. And the Most High was with him, and he prospered whithersoever he went forth. And he rebelled against the king of Assyria, and served him not. Verse 8. He smote the Philistines, even unto Gaza, and the borders thereof, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it. Verse 10. And at the end of 3 years, they took it. Even in the 6th year of Hezekiah, that is the 9th year of Hosea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken.
Yeah, I think Hosea ruled for 9 years. And then go to no. Go ahead, bring that out. Yeah, I was looking at that serpent, the brazen, but all it just says in Hebrew, it says copper, hence something made of metal, coin, figuratively, brass, bass, with gold or silver. That's it. I thought it was like something behind the name. What you were gonna bring?
No, I was gonna bring out again. We got this section in the Bible Maps and Charts book, 100 proofs for the Bible. This is on page 52, right? This is an example of proof, historical proof, number 41. It says the Lachish reliefs. It says among the ruins of the Nineveh palace of Assyrian king Sennacherib were found 62-foot long reliefs that pictured the fall of the Judean fortress of Lachish in 701 BC, over 100 years before the attack on and fall of Judah. Right? It says these Nineveh palace carvings of the Lachish defeat amplify the biblical record concerning the siege of the kingdom of Judah in the days of King Hezekiah.
Ooh, nice.
So this is what another piece, another historical artifact that proves that these biblical
that the Bible's not a comic book.
Right.
Gotta say that it wasn't written by Shakespeare. Gotta say that because you're gonna hear that. This is where that fits in, where you can use the archaeology to come back and say, hold on a second. This has been historically, scientifically proven factual. There's too much evidence. No, it wasn't Shakespeare that wrote the Bible or some white guy back in 77. They say that. Yeah, I know it sounds funny because it's funny to us. It's retarded, but that's what they say. Some guy wrote the Bible. And it wasn't, you're saying some guy, yeah, some guy like Job and Moses. No, they're saying some white guy wrote the Bible, right? To discredit the Bible. All right. Is it my turn yet?
No, I'm going on 13.
You're going to have 13? 18.
I know what the time. 8, right?
I mean 8.
Verse 10. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 10. And at the the end of 3 years, they took it, even in the 6th year of Hezekiah. That is the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. Verse 11. And the king of Assyria did carry away Israel into Assyria and put them in Halah. And
You see how it's just reiterating that? That's what it's doing here. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, for the serpent, I had, it said the serpent of the desert.
Serpent of the yeah, it had that in here too. Serpent of the desert. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was just like something deeper in the name, but just a serpent in the desert. Go ahead.
And in Habor, by the river of Kozan, and in the cities of the Medes, because they obeyed not the voice of the Most High their power, but transgressed his covenant, and all that Moses, the servant of the Most High, commanded, and would not hear them, nor do them. Verse 13. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the 5 cities of Judah and took them. Again, that just goes, again, the biblical, the artifacts prove that. If you didn't believe in the Bible, do you believe in history?
Right.
Yes, right.
All right. Verse 14, right? And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me that which thou puttest on me. That which thou puttest on me, will I bear? And the king of Assyria appointed unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave him all the silver and was founded in the house of the Lord and the treasure of the king's house. And that time, see, this is where we should have added Isaiah.
Right.
This is where we should have added Isaiah about.
He came in.
No.
But he came in. Why you show that?
That's in chapter 19.
Yeah. Oh, in chapter 19. Yeah. Like, we should have threw this in here.
And it went perfect chronologically, just like how we did all the other minor prophets. Like before the Assyrians were ready to be used, Jonah went to them.
Right.
And then how we went to Amos.
Right.
And how we went to Micah and Joel. So.
Yeah. And the king of Syria appointed unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was founded in the house of the Lord and in the treasures of the king's house. At that time did Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temples of the Lord, from the pillars which Hezekiah, king of Judah, had overlaid, and gave it to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria sent Tartan and Rabsharaz and Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great host against Jerusalem. And they went up and came to Jerusalem. And when they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is in the highway in the fuller's field. And when they had called to the king, there came out to them Elkanah, the son of Hilkiah, which was over the household of Shebna, the scribe, and Joab, the son of Asaph, the recorder. Excuse me. And Rabshakeh said unto them, Speak ye now to Hezekiah, thus saith the great king, the king of Assyria, what conference is this, whereas thou trustest? Thou sayest, but they are but vain words. I have counsel and strength for war. Now on whom doest thou trust? Thou that rebellest against me, right? Hopefully y'all understand what's going on. We know Assyria was running the show, right? And King of Judah, Hezekiah, was rebelling, right? He wasn't going to give the tribute, but came back and started doing it, right? Giving the tribute. What's that?
I had a question about verse 18. Is that the same Asaph that's been in Psalm?
Right, Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder. Let's check that. I'm not gonna, when it comes to this, I'm not gonna misspeak on that. We have to check it. You gotta remember that lineage to just shoot that off. Yeah, let's check it. Check it real quick. What verse was I in? 20? 21? Now behold, thou trustest upon the staff of this bruised reed, even upon Egypt, on which is, if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So Pharaoh, king of Egypt, so is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, unto all that trust on him. Right? So you guys are going to unite, make a bond, make an agreement. That's like putting your hand on a staff and it going through your hand, right? This is what he was telling him. It's not going to pan out for you, bruh, right? But if ye say unto me, we trust in the Lord our God, is not that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah have taken away, and have said to Judah and Jerusalem, ye shall worship before the altar in Jerusalem? Because what did he know? He knew that it was given into his hand, that he was supposed to rule. A lot of these kings knew when they were supposed to rule. Like when you go into Isaiah and you read about, who's the other king? I keep forgetting his name. That knew he was going to rule? No. Of the Persian to me, Cyrus, right? He knew he was going to rule, right? He knew the Most High was on his side. I think it was Cyrus. He knew the Most High was on his side, right? A lot of these kings understood how to go into Israel, how to make them submit, right? Now, therefore, I pray thee, give pledge to my Lord, give pledge to my Lord, the king of Assyria, and I will deliver thee 2,000 horses, if thou be able on that part to set riders upon them. How then wilt thou turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servant, and put the trust in Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? You see what's going on, right? They're petitioning to him to make the pledge, not with Egypt, but make it with what? Assyria. Humble yourself to Assyria. This is what you're going to do, right? Am I now come up without the Lord against this place to destroy it? The Lord said to me, go up against this land and destroy it. Then said Elkanah, the son of Hilkiah, and Shibna, and Joah, and Shakah, speak, I pray thee, to thy servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and talk not with us in the Jews' language, in the ears of the people that are on the wall. But Rabshakeh said unto them, hath my master sent me to thy master and to thee to speak these words? Have not he sent me to the man which sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss with you? And Rabshakeh, stood and cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language, and spake, saying, hear the word of the great king of Assyria. Thus saith the king, let not Hezekiah deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you out of his hand. Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in the Lord, saying, the Lord will surely deliver us. and this city shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria.
Yeah.
I mean, fake fear. You're trying to put fear in somebody.
They was trying to cast down the confidence of the people.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But I mean, we gotta. You look at that today. You know, can others, can your family cast away your confidence in the Most High? Can these little scenarios that pop up? Okay, the car breaks down. You know, you say, man, this Bible ain't real. You start going through a little bit of affliction, and you're like, yeah, you just cast away your confidence.
It sounds so funny, but I've received calls and I've gotten in conversations where the mode was, so the Bible is just supposed to fix it. It's like, oh damn, you don't get this. Yeah, the Bible and the correct application of the Bible is supposed to fix it. Yes. But that's what he means by casting down the confidence, is like, yes, the Most High is going to fix it. Remember, we're reading a story. So you got to put yourself in the mind state of these people. No angels are there, right? It's man there. So you got to have faith and confidence in the Most High in these situations. And it's the same thing as us. We try to make like it's different. What they're going through is different. It's not different. It's literally what you go through every day in your life. And the decision got to be made to fear the Most High, or, like you said, have the influence of doubts of others consume you and you give up.
Right.
Yeah, man. Verse 31. What you got? Go ahead. Read it.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 35. Cast not away therefore your confidence, which hath great recompense of reward.
Right. So y'all see that, right? And that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to scare him. Hearken now to Hezekiah, verse 31. For thus saith the king of Assyria, make an agreement with me by a present, and come out to me, and eat ye every man of his own vine, and every one of his own fig tree, and drink every one of his own waters of his cistern.
Right. You follow us. We got the answers over here.
Yeah. We got you.
Yeah. Don't trust in the Father. Listen. You vote on Trump, right? Y'all want your neighborhood fixed. Don't look into the Bible for the answers.
Nah.
Look to the politics.
Trump.
Look to
God
the
bless
Bible.
America.
Right.
Nowhere else. Until I come and take you away to a land like your own. Like all politician promises. Right? We're going to take care of you, right? A land of corn and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of oil, olive, and of honey, and that ye may live and not die, and hearken unto. It's like you trying to scare me at the same time trying to bribe me. You know what I mean? So how are you going to go out right now? How are you going to go out? And hearken not unto Hezekiah when he persuaded you, saying, the Lord will deliver us. I mean, Hezekiah keep telling you about the Most High delivering y'all. Don't believe that. That's what they're like. Don't believe Hezekiah. We're going to take care of you, bro. We're going to give you the wine. You're going to be good, right? Have any of the gods of the nations delivered at all his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Henah, and Avad? Have they delivered Samaria out of mine hand? So now he's flexing. He's like, look, your brothers, you see what we did to them? Huh? You see what we did to them? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob wasn't there. See, that'll shake you right there. Because you don't understand. No, it was prophesied that was going to be punishment. You see? But the people held their peace and answered him not a word, for the king's commandment was, saying, answer him not. Then came Elkanah, the son of Hilkiah, which was over the household, and Sheba, the scribe, and Joab, the son of Asaph, the recorder. I mean, it looks like that is.
Yeah.
Is it?
Both Asaphs have songs.
Oh, so it's two
It's
Asaphs.
one from David's time, because he was one of the 3 appointed Levites as one of the singers. And then this Asaph was also, at this time, he was called to sing and rejoice, well, sing praise, like, because he was in the time of trouble at this point.
Gotcha.
So
it's two Asaphs.
it's 3 in the Bible, but I'm looking for what I'm seeing right now is 2. I
Okay.
can't find the third one right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, so there you go.
But they were all Levites.
Asaph.
It's gatherer.
Gather.
Right.
Yeah.
It says, to Hezekiah with their clothes rent and told the words of Rab Shekah. Well, look at this. They went to Hezekiah with their clothes rent. So what that mean? They didn't say nothing, but there was some fear put in Israel, in Judah. You renting your clothes like, you gotta understand. They shook, right? All right. I know it's a lot. We stuffed a lot. It's a lot, I know. What?
It's kind of cliffhanger. I think we should go another chapter.
5 hours later. Lord willing, there'll be another Shabbat. Right. We'll be here next week. Setting up prayers, doing the same thing like last week. To be continued. We ain't go over it, but go over it at home. And then we're gonna go over it again in class. The questions. Real quick. L'Oreal had quick question. First was the star. Well, let me see here.
Star bullet.
Yeah, but I want to see how she worded the question here. So a quick question. I had someone come up to me today asking about my star, David. Okay, so what about the Star of David? What about it? Where it comes from? Let's go to the Bible. All right? Because they unfortunately call it a star, but we know stars are round. So what was it for us? Yeah. It was the lily. When you look at a lily, the lily has six points, right? And that's the Most High's favorite flower. So let's get that to prove it. So it wasn't a star, right? They call it the Star of David. We call it the lily. All right? Yeah. What you got?
God, I have 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 19. God, and the chapters that were upon the top of the pillars were of lily work in the porch, 4 cubits. And the chapters upon the 2 pillars had pomegranates also above.
Right. Even when you look at pomegranates from the top of it, it looks like a pomegranate as well. So these lilies, these pomegranates, well, the priests wore those, right? The bells, they look like bells, right? You ever see those fringes? They're pretty cool, but it looks like a bell, a bulb fringe, right? So, but this was the engraving within the temple. Lilies and pomegranates. So you never read star. So when you look at a lily though, it looks like what is called the Star of David. All right? So that was in the temple. What else you got? Go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Surely vain are all men by nature, who are ignorant of the Most High.
Right.
And could not out of the good things that are seen know him that is. Neither by considering the works did they acknowledge the workmaster, but deemed either fire or wind.
Okay, what scripture you getting? Right here. But what's the scripture about?
The circle of salt.
Right. Okay, so to prove that a star is not 6-pointed, that's where he's going to. All right, go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 13, verse 2. But deem either fire or wind or the swift air or the circle of the stars.
Right.
Or the violent water.
Right, because everybody knows what they call planets, right? Or what they call stars. or what is called stars is planets. It's the same thing. It's a circle. So once again, it's all the lies we've been told. Oh, the stars. Well, you know how when you look at the light, it what? It so-called twinkles, but it makes sharp edges because the way you look at it, that's where they get the star from, right? But stars are circle according to the Bible.
Yeah, they told you that the sun was a star.
Right.
The sun is the brightest star in the galaxy.
Right.
But it don't look like this. It don't draw it like this. When you look up
Right.
if you look up at it, it don't look like this.
It's round.
It's round. It's like just like the scripture said, the circle of the stars.
Right, the circle of the stars. So where does this image come from? It comes from the lily. It comes from the pomegranate.
Yeah, there's a picture the brother shared with me. I was like, is this CGI? Like the literally, like we have the we have the lilies right here. Now when you look at it, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same thing as this.
Right.
But he sent one.
It looked like that.
It looked like this. I was like, nah.
Yeah, because you can't change the science of the Most High, how He written the code within everything.
Right. And just like
you
you
know,
said, you look at that pomegranate. Look at that pomegranate. When it goes through the in the law, and it goes through the fringes for the priests. They said they have pomegranates on their garments. Did they have literal apples on their garments that can rot and corrode? No. If you look at the top of that,
right,
the bird's eye view when they bud, it looks the same thing like the lily.
Right.
Same exact shape. Just Google it. You can see it. You Google it. Go to the rest. Go to your supermarket. Go look at the pomegranate.
Yeah.
You'll see it. Yes.
So that's what that was about. It was about the lily, right? All right. What else? We got any more on that? You got another one?
Yeah, 2 Ezra chapter 5.
2 Ezra 5, go ahead.
2 Ezra chapter 5, verse 24. And of all the lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit, and of all the flowers thereof, one lily.
One lily. The Most High's favorite flower is the lily. Why? I don't know. Well, we know this. It has 6 points, and it looks like what you call the Star of David. All right. Right. All right. So got the lily, and then that out of the way, and then she got the question on Adam, Eve, first wife. Okay, this is a simple one. All right. There is no such thing as liveth in the Bible. They're reading other books that people wrote on the Bible, or books like Jasher, books like Enoch, that according to the Bible don't go with it. Like, it nowhere said in the Bible that Adam had 3 wives. It said Adam and Eve. It didn't say nothing else. So I don't think that there's really nothing to prove just going to the Bible to show it said Adam and Eve, and where they're getting Lilith from is from foreign books. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Right? So how you do that? Just go right to Genesis, show them no. It said Adam and Eve. Well, I read in this book, yeah, but that book ain't canon. That book ain't according to the scriptures because it's not agreeing with the scriptures. Nowhere, anytime Adam and Eve is mentioned, you hear about Lilith. That name ain't even mentioned. All right, so that's how you deal with that. All right, those were easy. Any other questions, real quick? Any other questions? Yeah. You gonna pull the one with Lilith? No, that's just kidding.
Hosea 14:5.
About the lily? Yeah. Yeah, but read it though. Yes, sir.
Hosea chapter 14, verse 5. I will be as the dew unto Israel. He shall grow as the lily and cast forth his fruit as Lebanon.
There you go. There you go. The Most High is referring to Israel as the what? The lily. Why? Because they're his favorite, right? All right. That's that. Hosea. That was Hosea what?
14:5.
14 and 5 on the lily, right? Yeah. So question, Star David. They went into. Oh, and I get it how she worded it. I get how you worded it. Okay. I mean, we went over those anyway. And Adam and Eve. All right. So that's it. That's it. Nobody else got anything else? I know it's a lot. Yeah, Shannon.
Well, I got a question. It's both Asaphs. They're both Levites. So yeah, no, but it was David. It was the one that David had appointed. He's the one that wrote all the songs. That's him.
Okay.
And then you got Asaph, which is down that same line of Levi, and then he was with Hezekiah.
So it's two.
It's two. He said three, but it's only two because you go to Nehemiah, and it's just backing up that it's still with David.
So the one we read, that's the second one or the first one? That should be the second one. Because David's gone already. Right, makes sense, yeah. So two Asaphs, all right. Yeah, because that's a long time after David. So Asaph should be dead. The first Asaph should be dead. Yeah, all right, good one. On point. All right, if that's it, we're going to finish the prayers. What you got,
How do you, when you reading the Bible, how do you stay on point to like knowing like the history? Like, so you don't really get confused as you're reading it. You know, as you read the Bible, it goes into like different, how can I explain it? Like when you read in the Bible, it goes into like different times. And it's
like for instance, what we did, and man, if you were here, it would have kind of put together like. So what we did is we read Genesis all the way up to Judges, and then we jumped into Kings, and then as we got to Kings, we started adding the minor prophets that were in the time of the kings, and in the time of these certain kings, right? So what we did was we lined it up. When you go to Kings, you find out that Jonah, Amos, Isaiah, and Micah, right, was during that time. You see that? It was like, if you want to put it in a timeline, is what you're saying. They were during that time. You're talking about from a historical standpoint, right? Yeah. So this Bible map thing we got here, this will help you with as far as visually seeing it. You know what I mean? You get one of these $20 on Amazon, and what it's going to do for you is just kind of just put in perspective where those small books, they got them after the kings, when really it goes in the middle, right? And then it should just be, it should be, dang, that's a good one. So you got Isaiah, Jeremiah, right? You know how you got Daniel's, because he's during the Babylonian, and then you got all the minor prophets after that. Like, oh well, I'm sorry, I got the Bible with the Apocrypha in it, so mine is lined up different. Just know this, that biblically how they put the books in the Bible, it's not chronologically set up. You know what I mean? So if you want to chronologically set it up, you have to get something like this that'll kind of tell you and set up the dates and for it to make more sense to you. Or you can get a chronological Bible. You can do it like that if you want to understand it from a historical standpoint. I got a chronological Bible right here. And that, like I said, that's what we're doing. We're trying to set it up for everybody to kind of get a historical picture chronologically. Because when we look at the Bible, we're looking at Old Testament, minor prophets, and the New Testament, when it's technically not like that. You see, so you can get a chronological Bible, or you can do it the way we're doing it. Use your Bible and just start studying and taking notes where they fit in at. Like, oh, Isaiah was back here during the kings. Damn, why they put it all the way over here in the Bible? You know, oh, Jeremiah, okay, Jeremiah's after Isaiah, but they're during the Babylonian Empire. You see that? That's how you're going to start putting it in chronological order. Or just, you can get one of these too. You see that? Because I like this. I know, well, when Quatazat came up with the idea, I really liked what he was doing. But this goes in detail in chronological. I mean, it inserts the Psalms that were created by David during that time. And like, because when you read Psalms, that's not in chronological order.
Some of them was
by David, some Asaph, right?
In the captivity.
Yeah. So it's really, it's not as easy as we're making it out to seem. It's you literally having to study everything in its timeline and then put that in the chronological order. Or just go buy one of these. Chronological Bible. Yeah.
What's the name of that Bible?
Chronological Bible.
Oh, okay.
It's Chronological Study Bible. It's a it's a new King James version. Of course, it's going to be, the wording is going to be modern language, but it does put things chronologically in order. It's weird though. Like when you read it and you go through this, you'll be like, whoa, it just jumped. But you'll see, it sets literally everything in order. So it's pretty dope.
Okay.
I mean, I hope that was your question, right? From a historical standpoint.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand.
You can do it like that. If you want to understand it like that. Other than that, just read. And you'll start seeing, oh, okay, this prophet goes over here. This prophet goes over there. Where Jeremiah and Isaiah fit in. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Anybody got anything else? Nah? Anything online? All right. Amaju Wapani Akwadam. Rise and face the east.
This is crazy. It goes like, look. It goes, look, Judges, Samuel, it really gets technical. We really want to get yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, somebody took the time out. That's like
Whoa. Ready? Rakatay how? Rakatay how shine? The water Yahweh. The water Yahweh shine. For your wisdom. Your word. No, let him pray. The water Yahweh. For your patience. Your kindness. The water for this Sabbath. This day. This rest. This peace. You give us. But we ask of you, continually bring peace on our households. The husbands, wives, children. Keep us unified. Remove division, bickering, backbiting, murmuring, doubts, and fears. Keep us at peace in all of our works and actions. Removing confusion. Please, Yahweh, we ask of you, deliver your servants, deliver the chosen, and strengthen us continually with wisdom, knowledge, understanding, faith, patience, and all the attributes of the Holy Spirit. Bahashem Yahushua. Barakatay how? Bahashem Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Hawa'a. Natalanawa. A war. La Ra'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the law to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Hawa'a. Natalanawa. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the ram's horn to cause people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Hawa'a. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayath. Lamashach. Yasha'ala.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the olive oil children of Israel.
This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name. O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all of the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, but lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desires, and my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawah, Lanawad, Hana, Matawab, Lama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawad, Ayel, Haraash, Yerad, Ayel, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Alpanya, Marawathiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayel, Hariyah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawad, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayam, Ai, Haywalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Ramon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. By show me how it's shot.
Show me how it's shot. The what?
them in there, let them in there. And to the sister, let the sister back there.
Yeah, put him down, put him down. You want to salute? Come on, Kashaw, let's salute.
Go ahead.
Try to salute. Aki, Mari, Rock.
Turn and face your sisters. Go ahead, Claude.
Men Israel, Amani, Rock.
Yeah, Matah, dismiss. Alright.
Oh, Aaron, salute them online, y'all. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
You got it?